must be missing me so bad. When you left, you said that I don't deserve you, but I can see that you don't wanna lose what we had. Oh, you're the one that I need. Let's just take it slow and just breathe. Loving someone is not easy, you know, but it makes us feel alive, so we go with the flow. Just love me harder, have no mercy on me, just tell me louder.
Hey there, travelers. My name's Kai. Welcome to Probably Radical. Oh, yeah. Holy shit. I was literally running around the house prior to that intro. I was in the bathtub, as you can probably tell, right up until 11:11. That was the time I actually bailed out of the bathtub. And then I had some soup making, and then I had to make a protein shake and to get everything else set up. So, yeah, I was literally just darting around, still sweating my ass off and shit like that. So, bear with me as I wipe down my sweat repeatedly. How's everybody doing tonight? Let's see. What am I rocking right now? All right. Give me some music, too, while we're at it. There we go. Oh, what is that? Oh, Jesus. All right. When you're your own boss and late for work. I can't count how many times that's been true for me. Forget the streaming. When I was a consultant, unless it was like dire straits or a brand new contract, my clients pretty much knew that, like, there's a window. Don't try and force me in at like 8 a.m. or some shit like that, like on the spot. I'll get there 8:13, 8:20, something like that. Don't worry about it. Yeah. I'm not a fan of time. Yeah. So when will Biden start seizing the means of production? Try never. It's never worked for you? That neoliberal fuck that he is. It's okay, BT. TMJ's been acting up today. I think I slept wrong. If the pillow kind of hits my jaw wrong, then doomer mentality. I mean, he's gonna, like, there's gonna be changes. Like, there's gonna be stuff that happens, and I'll give credit where credit's due when it happens, but, I mean, Biden won't be seizing the means of production. He will not be passing regulatory measures in which the means of production are, surrendered unto the people. No. They say he's a communist, so I'm starting to believe it. Well, don't believe everything you hear. Hey Lola. Just getting my ass in gear. Still sweating. So, no, mnemonic. And to be perfectly honest, one can only watch so many PDX protest streams, unless they're raiding an ICE facility, in which case I'm interested. If they're actually like charging down the gates, I'm in. But you know, I would personally never encourage a means of direct action that violate any local, state, or federal guidelines, regulations, or laws, of course. I would never encourage that. Is Rosa down there? Because I know Rosa hits him too. Nope, Rosa's not live right now. Oh, and I have whispers. Let me deal with that. Thank you. All right. Rosa's in New York City right now. Okay. Hey. Just occasional, sadly, no, just occasional arrests one by one. Yeah, see. I'm just... Hey, Fertus. Let me grab Seattle protest. Doesn't look to be any super action right now. Shrimps. Will Ann Prims ever stop ruining your late night Twitch vibes? Probably not. Where you dealing with Ann Prims at? And boop. All right. Duly noted. Thank you. Do I like Biden? No. No, I do not like Biden, but I tried to time him out, you cuck. Well, cat, be better. Hey, boss. Cat, your reflexes, you got COVID reflexes. You gotta get back in the gym, my man. It's okay. But yeah. I wasn't going to time out an account that was hey Estrella, that was created an hour ago that literally just spams a giant dick into chat. So no. Oh. Breathe in, breathe out. The mere mention of that name. Yeah, it sounds about right. That sounds about right. But they said don't ban me. Yeah. Man, Trimps, and just Prims. Forget Ann Prims. Just Prims. I don't care what form of primitivist you take. Fucking Prims are just genocidal maniacs. They just are. And more people need to call them what they are to their faces so we can stop having to have this conversation with them. Oh, I'm a primitivist. Oh, shut the fuck up and go away. Like, I don't understand why they don't get the same reception that somebody who's like advocating for this wholesale slaughter of women, black people, Latinos, indigenous people. Like, why don't they get the same reception? They're advocating for wholesale genocide of everybody who isn't perfectly fit and prepared to like hunt their own food and build their own cabin. Like, fuck them. They're nuts. We need to start calling that more often when we see it as a community. Estrella, oh my god, I'm just now realizing my science teacher in middle school was Ann Prim. I no tolerance. Yes, Bernie is the memification of Bernie at Bernie at the present moment is intense. Just go play Rust. Just fuck off and go play Rust. They constantly talked about how we shouldn't live in houses and we should all go back to the woods, and that galaxies don't exist. Wait, this was your science teacher? How long ago was this, Estrella? Are you a vampire who lived in, like, I don't know, 602? Holy shit. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Bernie. Fucking, oh, yeah, America's educational system is just fine. Beautiful. That's a beautiful, beautiful take for a science teacher to have. I've never seen the galaxies, so they don't exist, even though we can observe the galaxies using, like, off-the-shelf telescopes. Good job. Yeah. What state was this in, Estrella? Just so I know, like, am I avoiding them actively already? Jesus Christ. All right, what am I doing? No, anti-fascists aren't the actual fascists. Go look up, like, Umberto Eco's 14 characteristics of fascism or eternal fascism. Or just look up the characteristics of fascism on Wikipedia, even. And tell me if Antifa is fascist, or, I don't know, somebody like the Republican Party. Angie, hey there. I heard that Biden put a Cesar Chavez bust inside the Oval Office, and there's been some controversy over him by multiple groups. I'd love to hear your thoughts on his ideology, movement, and where he plays on the political grid. First, I just want to check if that is true. Just want to know that first. It is true. It is true. Interesting. Okay. It is true. Pro workers' rights, pro unionization, built a halfway decent movement, and then maintained like an iron fist control over the organization. Was it the UFW? Himself purged anybody who seemed to go against him within the active circles that he was in control of. Definitely had the behavior of an autocrat. So, like most human beings, maybe separate what, God, Angie, I just wanted to make sure. Forgive me. It just seemed, I don't know. So, yeah, that's sort of my opinion. Like, some of what he did, good, right? Like, him, though, and how he maintained and ran his organization, bad. Yeah, I'm okay with that summary. Super pro workers' rights, though. So, I mean, we get along on that. regard. But yeah, how he runs an organization, I don't know, maybe it's leftover ideologies from his days as a businessman and entrepreneur that he sees himself as sort of the dictatorial CEO president role, and that's how he decided to run the UFW. But I mean, you know. Also, the weird cult of personality around him, not good. Not good. The message, not the man. Right? Message, not the man. Oh my god, Estrella, I just got to that fucking comment. Oh no, it's okay. She also said that whenever she gets ringing in her ears, there's an earthquake somewhere in the world, so she can predict them. Your science teacher was a fucking nut job. It was in New Mexico. Very low educational standards, if you couldn't tell. Interestingly enough, New Mexico has the highest per capita rate of PhDs of any state due to all the government labs and facilities in the state. Oh god, you've got a Reiki person in your circle, Bernie? Wonderful. To some extent, we would collectively benefit from living simpler lives. I'm okay with rolling back production a little bit for Tooth. I get that. Except to hold on to 5, maybe 10 years old devices. 5. Sorry, I'm a technologist. Provided we could produce lasting and repairable objects. Fat. Have power tool libraries for individuals because you don't need a mower all the time. You will take my soldering iron from my cold, dead hands, is all I have to say. Find ways to use less vehicles. I could easily loan out my vehicle on a regular basis. Less processed food. I already do that. Not so much go back to monkey, just shrink economical development to a sustainable size. I need to get my shit together and start streaming a science, astronomy, math, education channel. Maybe I'll call it No More Woo Woo Bitches. BT8. I need to be able to reference people to No More Woo Woo Bitches channel. I'm 100%. No. That was Terrence McKenna's term for when he's like, okay, now I know I'm going to say something that seems a little woo woo. You know? Yeah. He was my favorite user of that terminology of woo woo. 100%. Yo, I know, right, Jenny? To think, I have ringing because of the nerve damage from my neuropathy. I have tinnitus as well, or tinnitus, depending on your pronunciation. I've heard it both ways from ENTs. But yeah, earthquake instead. Interesting. If you've heard from people that don't get involved in politics that Antifa are fascist, you need to immediately ask that person, what is the definition of fascist? I would say both, forget the non-political, also query the left and the right. Nerve damage is a bitch, trust me. There is no fascism command for Tooth. We should set one up though, shouldn't we? Based on how often we have to talk about it. It's a good idea. Let me pull my panel. Whatever this song is, I hate it. Oh, all right. There's my panel. Chat commands, custom. slashes in. I'm also going to include there we go. All right. If you want to try, the command, go for it. It should work. I included a baseline definition as well. Thank you for the follow, Spinny. So we can go there. Probably not that high. It's just exclamation. There we go. Yeah, based on based on the fact that I'm not a librarian, Mitre should watch out though if he ever comes visit. So reactionary. They keep telling me I have to return my books. Dirtling. There was... I hate to break it to you, but everybody on the left, like proper left, already knew we were, as soon as, I mean, we talked about this at length after we got done reveling in the stupidity of those dumbass Capitol rioters / protesters / insurrectionists / fucking morons, whatever you want to call them. We had massive discussions as a community about how the left will get swept up in this. We always do. We always do. So am I concerned as an anarchist that I might be targeted because libertarians are being targeted? No. I'm concerned because I'm an anarchist in America and I know the history of America and I know the history of anarchism. Every day I come out and do this show and say I'm an anarchist, I hang my ass out over the line. Every time an anarchist organizes anything, even a bookstore, just a street meeting, we hang our asses out over the line. We have been hung. We have been shot. We have been wrongly convicted. We have been, electrocuted. We have been, the history of anarchism is writ with a back and forth with the state. And in the United States, we haven't gotten that many hits in, but they've gotten a lot of hits in on us. So, do I expect just because Biden's in and he's targeting libertarians? No. I expect it because I live in America and I'm an anarchist. That's it. Maybe there will be a surge. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much every anarchist knows. At least anybody who isn't Scarolyn, baby, I'm an anarchist. Anybody who isn't, I'm going to borrow what you just said, Scarolyn. Anybody who isn't a baby anarchist, anybody who isn't just brand new to the movement, and has studied a little bit of history, who sat down and read what the Haymarket Affair looked like, who has seen what the the Palmer raids were like. Yeah, we're already well aware. So, redistribute the books. I mean, they arrested the woman who stole it. Yeah, they grabbed her. Oh, John Brennan. Oh, there's a fucking name I'm tired of hearing too. Oh, those took a second to load. Hey there, Funkmaster. Cool. Oh. On a good day, yes, I could do that rote. But today I'm going to have to use a reference sheet. So forgive me. Okay. So I need to get some calories in me. We'll do that in a minute. And I'm still scatterbrained. It happens to the best of us, right? Okay, so libertarian find its origins in French, like so many of these political terms, finds its origins in French of libertas, just meaning freedom, right? Traditionally, libertarianism or a classical libertarianism, hey, thank you for the follow, finds its origin points in left-wing politics. You've got anti-authoritarianism, anti-state socialist, akin to very much was used as a synonym for anarchist for a long time, internationally and historically, especially flowing out of the Enlightenment era. But libertarians generally on the left there were libertarian communists, libertarian Marxists, and libertarian socialists, social anarchists, which were sort of in the same category. They all sought to abolish capitalism and private ownership and redistribute the means of production to the people at large. This was they sought to. Thank you for the follow, Jacob. They sought to reorder the social norms, as it were, in favor of a more cooperative system of ownership and management. And generally were very critical and suspicious of private property practices therein. Now, right libertarianism started in the mid 20th century. This is a fairly recent phenomenon and generally located on the North American continent. America. It's us. It's the US. They advocate laissez-faire capitalism and very strong individual property rights, land, infrastructure, natural resources, means of production, the whole 9 yards. And a reversal of the welfare state and the dissolution of social programs. So they've sort of taken out all of the social aspects of the societal aspects, and the balancing that original libertarians were doing with sort of the balancing the individual freedom with the freedoms of the rest of society and making sure that there's not an infringement one way or the other. They've sort of done away with all of that, and they seek to maximize the individual freedom at the cost of any other group. They don't really care. So you can also look at them as sort of like neo-feudalists in a very real way. They don't mind the Lord of the Manor. Elon Musk can be their hero. So there you go. I think that there you go. Who was that needed that? Scaroline. There you go. I think I covered your question as a whole, Scaroline. That number is fake. I've seen the 2 billion. I've never seen it backed up once. Wait, 100,000 million bet. Yeah, no, that's 2 billion. That's 2 billion. And I've never seen it successfully backed up. Oh, an enlightened centrist. Oh, I always love an enlightened centrist. They're the best people. The right is saying, hey, can we string up a bunch of darkies? And the left is saying, how about we don't do that? And then you have the enlightened centrists saying, hey, let's compromise. Only string up a few. You don't compromise with fascists. Show us some receipts. Oh, I love that. Let's try and source some stuff. Yeah, it was 2 billion. I'm looking. I'm trying to find a number. Oh, Scaroline, I don't know specifically the history of that. I can look really fast, but there is a fairly common back and forth. Hey, Skeptic. There's a fairly common back and forth within the political arena of trading terms and stealing terms. I mean, if you're familiar with the swap, the Democrats used to be, the Republicans used to be the Democrats, and the Democrats used to be the Republicans. And so this is a commonality. This is a common theme throughout historical political elements. If I had to guess, it has to do with the French origins of the term, just meaning just libertas. Yeah, basically Scaroling. Yeah, same in Canada. Liberals used to be the conservatives and vice versa. Let me check my etymology records for it. Dean Russell. This is who we have to blame. Scarling. So this is who we have to blame. It was it was a writer by the name of Dean Russell. Russell used the term in as a synonym of liberal. And we're talking 1955, May 1955. We have the actual article. So then a bunch of then it was an influential piece, and then a growing number of Americans who held classical liberal beliefs began describing themselves as libertarians. Then you hit a critical point. Murray Rothbard starts using the term libertarian. And Murray Rothbard is such a pain in the ass. Let's just put it that way. He's an economic historian and an economist in his own right. And he is essentially the central figure in the American libertarian movement of the 20th century. It is him. So yeah, we have Dean Russell to blame for using the term and sort of getting traction with it in America in May of 55, but then in the 60s, Murray Rothbard starts using it. And that is the downfall of the term libertarian. So there you go. Oh yeah, yeah, Jackson definitely would be. And I mean, I can read you. I have Russell's justification for using it. And you can see how it became divorced from the left in one stroke. Russell says, many of us call ourselves liberals, and it's true that the word liberal once described a person who respected the individual and feared the use of mass compulsions. But the leftists have now corrupted the once proud term to identify themselves and their program of more government ownership of property and more control over persons. As a result, those of us who believe in freedom must explain that we call ourselves liberals. We mean liberals in the uncorrupted classical sense. At best, this is awkward and subject to misunderstanding. Here's a suggestion. Let those of us who truly love liberty trademark and reserve for our own use the good and honorable word libertarian. So there you go. I study astronomy. Ugh, fucking floaters. I do know the difference. I'll blink my eyes and drink some more coffee. I saw it differently. Still, cite your source. Love it. Scaroline, damn, thank you for the very detailed answer, plus 10 points. Have you ever read Friedrich Hayek, right? F.A. Hayek? Friedrich Hayek? No, I haven't. Most of my studies, though I have, read some economics here and there where necessary. Adam Smith, read it. It's fascinating. Generally, my sphere is political or technological. But yeah, philosophical, political, technological, that's my sphere. Economics, I understand as much as I need to, and then I back the fuck off because I call it the dark arts for a reason. Yeah. to a single hurricane costs about $3 billion to $5 billion. And none of these numbers are actually classified as accurate because PCS, the unit of Verisk Analytics, doesn't reveal the exact figure because they sell that data to clients. Thank you for the follow. Lovely. I mean, apparently I'm supposed to read it out loud because that's what the highlight is for, I guess. The white liberal is the worst enemy to America and the worst enemy to the black man. There you go, Lester. And Skeptic, some of my favorite things about Smith were, I mean, he hated landlords. He hated the rentier class. Like the people who, libertarians who quote Smith are always hilarious to me. Just put it that way. Well, Bernie, this is why these people, this generation of conservative protesters and riots are learning why their parents and grandparents wore the robes in the first place. Put the hood on, dumb fuck. But nobody tell them that. It's so much easier. Stupid fucks. You know what would be great is if I burned a cross on somebody's yard and don't cover my face while I'm doing it. I'm sure there will be no outcome to that, right? Oh, of course they do, Skeptic. I mean, if you just want to post, like, all of Malcolm X's writings, like, just a link to it, that'd be fine. But piecemealing it, I'm just saying. Yeah, what if I stream it, too? Yeah, Trixie. For sure. Spent the whole year asking why protesters don't want to show their faces, get arrested within hours of committing crimes due to not covering their faces. Dude, Bernie, I started watching it today because RV's been keeping an eye on it. RV's like addicted to going there. I stopped in at the beginning of his stream today and I couldn't take it. I just want to bang my head against a fucking desk listening to those fucking Q-tards. It just, oh my God. It just, anybody could come on here and I'd have you convinced within minutes. I'm going to hit you with fact after fact after fact. Sure. Hey, Salamander and Salamander's viewers. How are y'all? We were Well, I suppose we were just prior to this, we were talking about the sort of right-wing adoption of the term libertarian, the historical etymology of that per query in chat, and it was Scaroline who was asking that, and then I was just talking about one of our favorite favorite streamers, who is a cultist, QAnon shit. And we're just sort of keeping an eye on him as a community, and yeah. Hello, April Simpson. Welcome. Ugh, shut the fuck up. Estrella, me and RV are having a great time there. Estrella, I can't stand it. I don't understand how y'all can do it. It just drives me up a wall to be in there with their fucking like Pepe Silva connecting the dots. Fuck it. Well, you see, they used a number 17 here, and you see Trump held up a jersey which had the number 17 once, and so that verifies that. Shut the fuck up, you insane people. They are literally the problem. Yes, Oz, they are literally the problem. Don't worry, he's a responsible cult leader. He said he wasn't doing them any harm, that he's not saying they should drink bleach or anything. No, he's just a huckster who sells like male vitality pills and shit on his website. How was your stream, Salamander? No, not too bad, RV. Not too bad. We were just talking about our favorite Q streamer. A responsible cult leader can't be a thing. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Take care of yourself, Lola. Sleep well. Get that 3 hours if you can. Yeah. Salamander, no. I don't think so. Estrella and RV are in there all the time. Does he have a purple background? I don't think so, right? See, that's Estrella. I just don't want to. Like, I'm just gonna get banned. The first 3 words out of my mouth are just gonna be y'all fucking insane. Like, I can't. They're crazy. They're crazy, and I think they're getting crazier. Just because none of the predictions are coming true. Fucking, there are no mass roundups of global elite. Trump didn't march on Washington. April, you can follow, but I'm on 5 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific, U.S. time. Tuesday, Thursdays, 11:30 Pacific, U.S. time. Today is the 11:30 show. Yeah, Spiny knows. Don't worry, Overlord Daddy Trump will save us all. Yeah, it's funny seeing the few have the meltdowns over he didn't pardon any of the protesters. people have too many logical questions. Oh yeah, no, simply no. I mean, yeah, it's insane to watch. You're welcome, April. Yeah, RV will, Salamander, RV will whisper you the channel, because we don't like to name check other channels like that. It's just bad form, bad etiquette. But yeah, we'll get you the name. Don't worry. Adia, I kind of felt sorry for her, to be perfectly honest. I did. I kind of felt sorry for that woman. I mean, she was clearly, don't get me wrong, these people have it coming. They've earned their panic attack. But generally speaking, that woman was in a mental health crisis, and it's difficult. Let's just put it that way. Hello, Curio. Hello, Curios, folks. Which, I mean, we share, like, I think I was looking at those metrics yesterday, Curio. We share, like, 33% of our viewership. Like, 33% of your channel comes onto mine. So, yeah. You should look for mine. I'd be interested in knowing that. What percentage of my channel goes to your channel? Hello, Squid. Mitre, Cat. How's your stream, Curio? We were just talking about the Q cultists, and our interactions thereof. Now that we've got a couple of members of the community who are, we actually do have a few. We've got Cat is an MMA guy, Lester, but I can't. I have an exercise intolerance due to my small fiber neuropathy. It will literally eat away at my nerves if I do that. Well, you're an idiot then. And you are perfectly well within your right to be an idiot. Wizard. That is well within your right to be a fucking idiot. But it's also within my right to be able to call you one for expressing such a fucking boneheaded belief. No, there isn't. Oh, I love these types. I do. I really do. Feel free. And our community will fact check you into the ground. Yes, please. Receipts. Yeah, Skeptic, I saw the stack. Fucking stack of them. And he didn't hold them up to the for the camera every time he signed one. He just fucking signed them. I mean, not a fan of executive order power, but we need to use that EO power to undo all the bullshit EOs that the rest dumbass did. This is the problem with the entire fucking thing. Oh my god, can we just start talking about how this is entirely all illegitimate authority and move on with our lives? And how this is all self-subjugation? It's just subjugation under an authoritarian boot that we all willingly put ourselves under. but it's also an element of coercion because all of those other idiots who are putting themselves under that spell are willing to shoot you in the face over it. They're willing to put you in handcuffs. They're willing to lock you up in a cage. They're willing to shoot you over that self-subjugation. It's fucking irritating beyond belief. I was going to say, I know that feather. I know that feather. Nothing matters, and I'm okay with that. If nothing matters, then you're free to create your own meaning. And if you're free to create your own meaning, then I encourage you to do so. Yeah, exactly, Estrella. They'll just keep pushing. Oh, good luck. Okay, Jacob. Thank you. Thank you for the fair warning, Jacob. Oh yeah, artist. Artist. Sorry, artiste. Yeah, Q does talk about some of that shit, or at least the Q cult does. Jumpy, aren't you supposed to be sourcing things for us? Why are you still spouting off? I thought you had irrefutable evidence as to the... Oh. Well then, goodbye. I'm just a troll, bro. Well, then go do it somewhere else. You're useless. Hey, Hable. Am I frustrated? I'm not... I mean, I'm frustrated, right? Okay, so Squid, I think this is a subconscious thing. Now that the neolibs are back, like, I'm having to grapple with the idea that Biden is doing things we need him to do to undo the things that Trump did, right? Like, yes, but that doesn't negate the neoliberal bullshit that surrounds all of it. The authoritarian police state that surrounds all of it. And so it's kind of a fucked moment for me. That it's like, yeah, fucking sign that EO to fucking reverse that bullshit that Trump did. But fuck executive orders. Like, it's a very frustrating time for an anarchist as you, like, use a neoliberal apparatus to roll back some fascism. It's, you know, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. It's a bitter medicine, as it were. I just, yeah, I think that's some of it. I think that's some of it. Oh, yeah. We already had an idiot that fucking claimed he was trolling about it. It was just I was just trolling, bro. Just a prank, bro. But yeah, opened right out of the gate with Holocaust denial. Not too far. I was just watching a Dolly video the other day. I love Dolly Parton. She's truly good people. I love Dolly Parton. Somebody asked for books, right? Yeah, Spiny, do you recommend any books to introduce someone to leftism? All right. I'm an anarchist. All right, I'll hook you up with anarchist books. So if you want like something to introduce you to communism, something to introduce you to socialism, I'm definitely not the guy to ask. But if you want something that can introduce you to anarchism, I can help with that. I can definitely help with that. You tell me to what degree you want to read about it, whether you want something like this or something like this. You know, are you looking for like like a 101 sort of situation, or are you like, yeah, let's fucking learn about this topic? You let me know, I'll hook you up. All right. Then you want Demanding the Impossible by Peter Marshall. And yes, Lester, homie, don't swing that way. Yeah, Demanding the Impossible is going to be about 880 pages. Hey! Yeah, DemSoc on How to Be an Anti-Capitalist in the 21st Century by Eric Olin Wright, ErikOlin, WRIGHT. It will definitely show you some socialistic, democratic socialism sort of stuff. It's usually on my recommended list, if that's what you're after. Anarchism is nothing like Mad Max, artist. It is quite different from that. You mean his EO's streamer? Stream? Hey, stream. It's kind of one of those days. No, it wouldn't even be that Adia. Mad Max would be... because it's resource control. I mean, there's a rentier aspect to it as well. It's not quite exterminism, although it's almost there. I mean, yeah, let's go with ANCAP. Let's go with ANCAP. With overtones of exterminism. Yeah, and the exterminism will get you to that weird fascism shit, Cat. So, you're welcome, Spiny. If I disagree with you on almost everything, can we still be friends? Sure. As long as you're not a dick. Yeah. I warn you, though, I'm relentless. No, because they want the technology, RV. It's not primitivism. It's a forced primitivism. It's not a willful primitivism. It was because of peak oil and the collapse of that, that ultimately caused that collapse of civilization and society. But you see them utilizing technology everywhere that they can. So it's not primitivism. It's just the infrastructure has failed them. Anarchism is leftist ideology. ANCAPs aren't anarchists. They're not. There is no right-wing anarchism. It just isn't. There is a post-left anarchism, but anarchism is a leftist ideology. It's a good name. Good choice, Jim. It's a solid choice. I chose it myself, too. Yeah. And yeah, I would argue that ANCAPs are, one, not a thing, two, neo-feudalists. Oh, you probably are, Jim. I just have a red shirt on him, bro. Oh, shoulder popped. They're a joke. That's how I classify them. Yeah, we even have fucking Pops who comes by who's 61. Well, I mean, if the government's running your government, I'm sorry, if the military is running your government, then you definitely have it's not militarism. Stratocracy. There we go. Stratocracy is the military chiefs running a government. No, junta is just a council. Let me scroll back here. I missed some stuff. I've never talked to someone like you, only seen on YouTube. Well, Jim, like Tam pointed out, if you speak to me in good faith and you come with actual questions and don't behave like a dickhead, then we can have a very productive relationship. I actually aim to be a reachable anarchist, right? Like, I don't hide behind anything. I'm here to answer questions. I'm here to espouse theory when need be. So yeah. Isn't David Pakman an ANCAP? No. What's David Pakman, like a sock dem, maybe? I don't find anything specific on him, but yeah, I'd say just based on what I'm aware of. It's an endeavor, Curio. It's an endeavor. Artist, how does anarchy work? Well, first you start at the baseline core definition. Anarchism is about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures, right? So what's that about? What does anarchy mean? Anarchy actually is derived from Greek, an without, archos, rulers. So that, no rulers, right? We're collapsing down that hierarchical power structure into what's referred to as a heterarchy, or a horizontal organizational structure. It's actually used in field missions in modern developed militaries. It's a methodology for implementing decision-making at all levels. You don't have to run it up the chain. You can actually achieve it just horizontally. But at its core, anarchism is about this philosophical challenging of unjust power and authority mechanisms within society, and the dismantling and replacement thereof where they may fail to meet that challenge. So How do you determine that? You start to ask questions like, what is the justification for your authority? How do you justify your authority? Where is it derived from? Is it derived from coercion and force? Then it fails to meet the justification. If you have to, if the ultimate source of your authority is at the end of a gun, you fail to meet the justification, and thus your organization, or whatever it may be, should be dismantled and replaced thereof. There are just hierarchies that can be justified. Oftentimes they take the form of something as mentor-mentee, but they aren't abusive. They don't use things like coercion. RV, I love it. So maybe a dem sock, Adia. Fertus is saying lib. Angie, Feud. Oh, somebody got tagged. I just saw the messages get deleted. Jumpy Wizard. No, in fact, most indigenous societies utilized what we refer to as OG anarchism for generations and generations. It is extraordinarily stable. The number one opposition to anarchism is authoritarianism. And interestingly enough, authoritarianism is anarchism is the number one opposition to authoritarianism. Easiest way to tear down authoritarian systems is implement anarchism within that society. This is why authoritarian systems are so afraid of anarchism. And the number one threat to anarchism, vice versa, is of course authoritarianism. They just, blockade you, starve you out. But then again, you can have like a Makhnoist style organizational structure to your anarchistic militias, which are capable of fending off even the likes of which, White Army. Yeah, streamer. That's what it does mean, but it's a misnomer. Yeah, I think it is, RV. I think the title is doing fucking wonders today. If we were in an anarchist society, what makes you think you, of all people, would survive? One, I have established roots within anarchist groups, but two, anarchistic societies are not every person for themselves. It isn't strongman's survive. It's an empowerment of the individual sovereign to the benefit of the social group, the society, and the community. So anarchist societies are some of the most survivable. In fact, they often spring up dynamically in situations of societal collapse, as evidenced by Spain, Ukraine, Korea, even here in a couple of places where, like outside Detroit. So there's that. I don't know who you were sending that to, Jim, but it seems weird. No. Anarchists follow the NAP, Jim, the non-aggression principle. If you, we're not really allowed to hurt you unless you hurt us. It's the long and short of it. Yeah. Of course, if you do violate it, you surrender your protections under it thereof. But no. Am I American? Yes. Yes, I'm American. Rare I get asked that. and murderers and rapists and bad people would have would have more power in the world. No, they wouldn't. Society and the individual have the right to defend themselves. Just because anarchism is about the removal and collapsing down of unjust hierarchies doesn't mean that there aren't societal organizations, rules, and methodologies for segregation and capture of people who are otherwise uncontrollable. Individuals in society have the right to defend themselves. So, yeah. Why does anarchism work in the past? I mean, I've been listing. How about we take during the Spanish Civil War? 50% of agriculture and industry produced during the Spanish Civil War was done by anarchistically organized communes. It's a huge amount of production. You could look at Rojava in Syria. You could look at Ukraine under Nestor Makhno. You could look during the split of the Koreas during the police action, the Korean War. There's a ton of anarchists there that sprang up. Japan. Anarchism takes care of you when nobody else will. And it's incredibly stable, as evidenced by Cospaia, who had 375 years of it. They had sort of anarcho-communitarianism going on. And I mean, the Commune in Paris, I suppose, had anarchistic tones. Stream. Yeah. That I often get asked about, should gay marriage be a thing? No, it shouldn't. Because marriage shouldn't be a thing, right? I feel your professor on that one. It's bullshit. Hey, I'll tell you. Yep, no, I got to Rojava. How is crime enforced in anarchy? Please tell me English isn't your first language. How is crime handled? One, you start at the root cause of most crime. The number one corollary for crime is what? Poverty. It is. Number two, lack of access to opportunities and resources, mainly education. So if you address poverty and education, you actually resolve 80 to 90% of your criminality right out of the gate. Goddamn right, Jim. You're going to jump into a theory-heavy stream with somebody who's discussing political science and then barely have a grasp. Yeah. So deal with crime where it starts. Now, you're inevitably going to have a certain percentage, right? You're going to have the inconsolable, as it were. So what you have and what you're left with is a rehabilitative system rather than a punitive system. So anarchists would set up, most assuredly, some sort of system of segregatory management, but they would be nothing akin to what you would call a prison. It would probably look more like a boarding school, quite frankly. Yeah, I'm not even addressing that. That's such a malformed statement. Jim, it's been with us since the beginning. Anarchism exists in most of the countries. Anarchistically organized co-ops contribute a significant portion of the global economy. It's never gone away. That's the answer. Indigenous communities practice it at large. The Iroquois Federation or the Iroquois League had an anarchistically organized federated set of societies that used direct democracy to the order of millions of people. Yeah, we had an anthropologist on last night speaking about it. It's common. It's just, I hate to break it to most people who live in America, at least. You live in a bubble. You do. You live in a media bubble. You live in sort of this artificial social bubble in which you've been brainwashed from day one by schools, by television, by government officials. You're told there are no other options, even though options exist right down the street from you. And you just didn't even know you could seek them out. Fidgety. I feel that. It's okay. Did you come around? Did you learn your lesson? You gonna make the same mistake in the future? That's okay. We all live. We all grow. We all learn. As long as you learn something from it. Thank you for the follow, Maniac. It's okay, Jim. Dude, you're doing fine. You're doing the best. If you're doing your best, Jim, then you're doing just fine. It doesn't matter if your best is still a fail. I'm not a leftist, but I'm an anarchist. Are you fidgety? Are you post-leftism anarchism? Are you post-anarchism? Because if you say that you're an ANCAP, I'm coming for you. Like, it's not a thing. The right has no claim to anarchism because the conservative right, at least in the political spectrum, has to do with a whole lot of feudalism, hierarchies, and claims of property ownership over one another. And it's contraindicated and antithetical to anarchism. And so, I mean, if you're like post-anarchism or post-left anarchism, by all means, we can have that conversation. I do recognize that there's a post-left anarchism, but anarchism is a leftist ideology. It's not on the right. Saying something like anarcho-capitalism is it's a misnomer. It's an inorganic, inauthentic terminology used to provide political cover for somebody who doesn't want to claim their own beliefs. Hang on. I will get to that question. Hang on. Yes, Curio. It's yes. Everyone I've ever talked to is from America, Australia. That's just another state, right? Yep, that is true. No, communism doesn't have to be authoritarian, but you have to use something to modify communism to be non-authoritarian. You have to modify it with like anarcho-communism, that sort of thing. Or else it will migrate in that direction one way or the other. And there is most definitely authoritarian communism, like just straight up. Glad you learned something, Wizard. Jay-Z, like on stream or off of stream? Because off of stream, I listen to different music. On stream, I just use pretzel rocks and throw on some EDM. But off stream, I do have a specific love for electronica across the board. I was a raver kid, but I was also a punk kid. So off stream, yeah, off stream, like Anti-Flag, NoFX, Pennywise. These are sort of my era of punk, as it were. But then, you know, a whole bunch of electronica. To the tune of I can't even like begin to name, like Ramses B, Sizzlebird, who's my boy. Fucking shout out to Ott. So yeah, there's a whole host of stuff. And if you need any recommendations, I can point you to my 2 official music recommenders. Mitre and Curio are both in chat. They are my resident music recommenders. Yeah. How did you come by the shirt? Answer me swiftly. I've had this shirt for 20 years, Curio. I think I bought it. I think I bought it here in Vegas on a trip up one time when I was still living in Arizona. Yeah. I think that's the answer. I think I bought it at the Sunset Mall. Back, like I said, 2 decades ago, maybe. With money? Yay. You're on a roll tonight, Kyria. You do realize nobody just turns into Stalin, right, artist? It's not a... All right, you two are encouraging the trolling. Slide it back a touch. Don't make me... Let me time out a mod in a long time. Thank you. All right, now I'm caught up. I've decided to become reasonable. Thank you. Where's Demonic? I saw him say something. I'm honestly really enjoying the Cyberpunk soundtrack right now. I gotta say, I really couldn't enjoy the soundtrack just because the fucking game was so obnoxious. A quarter of a bagel. Oh, sucking out and across my legs. America is strange as an outsider. We are strange. We are strange, Juju. There's no getting around that. Do people on the fringe like artists exist in anarchy? Like, what are you trying to ask, artist? Thank you for the follow, wizard. Oh. Hey, Ramsey. How you doing? The other one's in the house. Do odd people exist in a anarchy? I mean, yes. Anarchism is a far more accepting society. Automatically, the people that would be advocating for it were definitely what around these parts I refer to as edge runners. Yeah, you're definitely gonna find people who have been to the extremes and back, maybe not even back. No weirdos. Wait, Momo's here? Hey, Momo. Snacked. There are versions of anarchism that attempt to address that as well, especially within like intersectionalist style thinking. And I know post-anarchism attempts to address that, the social hierarchies as well. So there are entire schools of anarchistic philosophy and thought that not only attempt to address it, but eliminate or at least curb the effects of any potential social hierarchicalism that might occur. Enthusiastic consent required. Salamander. Holy shit. Oh, hi, Ramsey. I've never met a fascist ant. I mean, they're pretty collectivist. Interesting. Tam, it's one of those nights. It's one of those nights. In my lifetime, Wizard? No, I knowingly advocate. I'm attempting to plant a tree whose shade I will never sit under. I know that. Now, are there subunits, microcosmic units within our society that are already anarchistic that we can grow? Yes. Are there potential for more micro-revolutionary units within our society? Yes. Can we do more to grow these every single day? Yes. Do I think that there will be a total switch in my lifetime? No. We covered this the other night, Amorous. They're actually not monarchists. Just because they use the term queen ant doesn't make them actually monarchists. In fact, the queen is very subservient to the colony. Yeah. Quesadilla? You gonna make a quesadilla, kid? Quesadillas are good. What kind of quesadilla are you gonna make? Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you for Toos on that one. Plain, but the one with 2 tortillas. I don't feel like folding. Fair enough. Oh yeah, Mnemonic. I know Ants Canada. Dude, that guy's colonies are insane. That guy has put so much energy, effort, and resources into that. Sure, Cat. Is that what you put in? I have a feeling that's what you put in the Discord server earlier today. DBK. No, different one entirely. Should I watch this on stream, Cat? Is this stream safe? Not sure if chat would like it. I don't even know who this person is. Who the fuck is Mike Perry? Hey, back. Summoned by the mention of ants. Part of the MMA MAGA crowd. All right, well, fuck it. Let's watch it. I'm into very dark gallows style humor, things that cross the line. My favorite, my top living comic is Doug Stanhope, if that tells you anything. Jumpy. All right, let's watch the video. Gypsy, summary, support for anarchism from the position of an indigenous / anthropologist who is at the professor level of anthropology, who teaches the subject, advocation or support for the idea that not only is this a sustainable system, that it is the scope and scale issues are readily addressed already within the indigenous communities, that they had direct democracy, that they had federation, that all of these sorts of topics that are often come up with conversation around anarchism from those that don't understand it. Like, well, how is that even possible? It's never been done. And then an anthropological viewpoint of it that, like, not only is it possible, it's been done numerous times all over the place. So yeah, that's sort of the recap. So we're going to watch this video. I make no promises. We may bow out early on.
I'm the most professional guy in the business, probably.
Think of women in the right way. To not look at them as objects that just completely objectify human beings. You need to think of them not as bodies to be used, but as souls to be cherished.
It's for your girlfriend and your mama. I'm the most professional guy in the business, probably. So I am legally allowed to say the word
The N-word, it's like, it's so toxic. You can't even use it joking around.
What's good, my nigga? How you doing, brother? What's good, man?
says it. It's an ugly word. I don't think any white person should be saying it.
Fuck y'all bitch ass niggas telling me to chill out. You know what I'm saying? I think first of all it just comes with, you know, you ain't gonna do shit to me when I say it because I'm.
Are you sure this is stream safe, Cat?
I'm speaking from the heart. Smoke weed, fuck niggas up, get money.
Trying to throw a knee inside. It's Perry. He smokes.
This is serious, man. You can't play around with this career. This is real. Like you can't be messing around. So.
He has a new girlfriend, but he has said that it's just gonna
Why?
be her. I don't know. He's Mike Perry.
Yeah, what's her experience? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like nobody showed up with their girlfriend, like, and said she's gonna corner me. So
I'm the most professional guy in the business, probably.
Don't stand to hit a girl.
I don't even know who the fuck this dumbass is. I'm done with whatever the fuck that was. I don't even know, Moomin. Ask Cat. Apparently he's some MMA person. It's already over. I pulled the video. He's apparently an MMA person. I don't even know. I think the video was designed to make you hate him. I think that Kat said, like, you want to hate a person in 2 minutes? Watch this video. So I think that's the context necessary. Is the dude's a douchebag, clearly. I don't know who he is. He's a punchy person. Oh, great. We missed him beating his girl on camera. Even better. All right, let me scroll back. Hey, Jose. Hey, Belgian. Hey, Dalgard. It's literally designed to get a rise out of people. One, I'm an anarchist. I don't give a shit about Biden. It's just the truth. We're going to have to suffer through some neolibs making decent progress in a couple of areas, or at least a modicum of progress in a couple of areas. But the fact of the matter is he's a neoliberal hyper-capitalist who's essentially a Republican. If we were to categorize him in any other country on the globe, he'd be a right-leaning conservative. So, you know, but it's designed to literally get a rise out of people. So, that. The community writes them, and we use them as stream titles. Oh, forgot the music. Nope. Thank you for the follow, 12 or 13. The algorithm likes me, 12 or 13. What can I say? All right, so let me try and catch up here. Thank you, Dreamers. Critical cut. Yep, punchy person. My new word I learned today. That's sports ball, punchy person. Like that's how I feel about most of that stuff. You need a punchy person command. When did I start streaming? On Twitch or in total? Because I started podcasting a while back and then live streaming podcasts and then switched to Twitch 4 odd months ago. I'm sure you've already seen this. Oh, yeah. I have seen it, Dreamers. What about the vroom vroom races? Rallycross, best vroom vroom race. There you go. You know what I need to do? Leave ants out of this. No, it isn't, Squid. No, it isn't. Press X to doubt. Protein shake. Rude. Thank you, Names. Thank you for the follow. Solid timing, Hable. Solid timing. Hey, you know what? I think we're gonna go ASMR Kai. We're gonna pull the mic up a little bit. We're gonna speak down here for a little while. See if we can't do ASMR Kai. All electric rally stuff coming soon. I don't know anything about it, Calarians, but I'd be interested. Oh, that's right. This gets to you, Squid. I was thinking in the back of my head, I'm like, there's somebody that this bothers. It was Squid. Interesting. It's okay, Squid. I could do it even worse. It could be worse. It could be way down here. We could do this kind of stream. We could talk about theory in this kind of voice. You see, you have to seize the means of production due to the fact that I don't like that though. It really doesn't work. Ants and ASMR on that. I don't like it either. It is funny to see the split on that. Some people really like, I mean, it fucking does it for some people. And other people are like, nah. Gotta make a good miso soup. Yeah, Kat, it is very divisive. Some people, it fucking works for. Other people, they are ready to murder you over. It is fascinating to see chat when you do an ASMR stream. Yeah, Momo, I use, Piano Map. Squid. Okay, it wasn't. Yeah, right. Squid. It wasn't you. It was Ace who wants to murder me over that one though. I make a shiitake dashi rather than a bonito dashi. So it's a mushroom base with the miso as well. Yeah. Cilantro, scallions, and a little touch of my favorite fat on top. Chat will know, somebody in chat may know what that is. I reckon him. Yep. It is the superior fat. If you can get your hands on goose fat, duck/goose, with ghee trailing behind. Yeah. I have a supplier out of Texas, who takes care of my duck fat needs. I agree, Jenny. I agree. You're not vegan? Yeet. I just want Kai ASMR theory now, and it's a terrible idea. Never do it, Kai. Interesting. Oh, yeah. 12 or 13. Solid. Nice. When are they... Race calendar. March. No, April. April, May, and August. Okay, cool. Thank you, Calarians. It should be interesting. Oh, Ramsey, I have seen the scratching the mic ones. Those are weird. I agree. Yeah, because I like Rally. I've always felt that Rally was the superior drivers. In a full anarchistic society, you don't really need money. Artist. It's not a thing you would require. Or at least not as how you've come to understand it. Let's just put it that way. What did Angie say? Oh, interesting. Angie and Jose have F1 Formula E kind of guy. I've never been an F1 kind of guy. I don't know. I like the cars, don't get me wrong. I like the sound of the cars. I like the high-pitched whir of the engines. I like the aesthetics of the vehicles. But the race itself has never really interested me. I think it's the more, I don't know how I want to put this, aggressive style of rally drivers. Almost akin to like British touring car driver style of driving. The sort of, willingness to put the body into it, as it were. Yeah. It's rare I get to talk about that on stream, Galarian. Thank you. It's not something we often touch on, shall we say. But yeah, I've watched a decent amount of over the years. Enough to know the phrase that if you want to win, you hire a Finn. I mean, check out the Manx Hill Climb. Why? I have Pikes Peak. Manx. First across the finish line, I guess. Yeah, Kimmy. It's... From what I understand, it's the rigorous. I mean, it's all of those back roads that are constantly covered in ice and snow, in combination with a highly rigorous training regimen, and starting fairly young usually. They just train the best drivers naturally. Hable, I do not play D&D. I love watching people play D&D, but I hate playing D&D. It's not my system. I play Fate. It's very rare I get to play a game of Fate, but I GM Fate. No offense, but Elon Musk doesn't innovate shit. Innovation happens because human beings innovate. Just because you remove the profit incentive doesn't mean shit. Human beings innovate despite the profit incentive. Human beings arguably innovate more when you remove the profit incentive. Jose, Fate, here, I will get you it. It's a... Think D&D without all what's in RPG circles is called the crunchiness, right? All of the numbers and shit that are involved with D&D are removed. Fate is a storyteller's RPG. It is for people who just want to tell a really cool story amongst friends and do it in some sort of cooperative manner. And so it's a rule set that sort of allows you to do that. Yeah, it is the storyteller's RPG system. You don't need jobs. You know that, right? Like, you don't need work. It's not a thing you need. You need to address the subsistence and material conditions. Oh, hang on. Well, it is completely free. You don't have to buy the books. You can download the entire kit off of Evil Hat's website, Jose. So, enjoy. It's long been my preferred system. Artist, what would you like to do all day? No, I haven't tried Blades in the Dark. But I don't really shop around for systems. There's like two types of RPG players, really, right? Like there's those that play a whole bunch of different systems. And then there's those that like found their system and they stick to it. I'm the latter. Fate is my system. I don't really need anything else. There's not a single genre or type of narrative telling. Well, I mean, it's Evil Hat as well. I mean, that's why it's similar play styles, because it probably borrowed heavily from Fate Core to build their the Blades in the Dark system, without having ever played it. I mean, it's Evil Hat as well. Yeah, so I mean, I you know, there isn't a single system, there isn't a single narrative type that can't be told by Fate. So. I don't know much. Oh, Jesus. I don't know much about the Apocalypse system, Hable, because that's PBTA, right? Powered by the Apocalypse. Hey, thank you, Momo, and congratulations. And back, you have a sub now. Congratulations, you're not automatically an anarchist now, because that's how it works. And thanks again, Momo. Angie, no, it's 100% possible. It's, I mean, the most notable example of achieving that is a guy by the name of Nestor Makhno, Mahkno. Did I do that right? Yeah, Makhno. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's 100% achievable. We would create artists. That's what many of us on this channel, in this community, already do. We create. There's tons of activists, organizers, artists, builders, crafters. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I'm already largely removed from the system that you're referring to. But yeah. Yeah, Ant is, I do prefer Aunt for AUNT, Calarians, because yeah, Ant is an ant, A-N-T. Yeah, Adio, like, that's the thing, is I've constantly got a project. Once you remove yourself from that system, artist, you'd be surprised what kind of creative pursuits you get up to that benefit the community. One of the things that I've done is build a community online, but I constantly have technology-based projects. I'm constantly creating, I'm constantly furthering myself, I'm constantly reading new theory, I'm furthering the development of my own ideologies and beliefs. I'm aiding those in and around me in a digital and real world communities. I'm giving back. Aunt Tifa. Yeah. I know, right, Mnemonic? The worst thing about capitalism is that everything has to be profitable. Want to make the game you want to make, has to be marketable to a wide enough audience so you don't starve and finish quick enough so that you don't run out of savings. Yeah, Squid, I would definitely like already be back in school if there wasn't a cost associated with it. 100%. If the U.S. educational profit system weren't in play, yeah, I'd already be back in poli-sci classes. Hey, thank you for the follow, Metallic Cat. Oops. You've never met an anarchist, have you? Then, because they're some of the most organized people you'll ever meet. Oh, pop the shoulder, Jesus. Aww.
Just listen. That's the way computers talk to each other.
Mad Chud is mad. Angie, Machna's claimed by the anarchists. Yeah. So, I mean, if you're coming from the classical libertarian angle, then you will find probably a 75 to 85% Venn diagram overlap with what you're doing. Yeah. Hey, Devil. No, the QAnon bet guy did not show up. Cat is still owed $200. Oh, I know, Hable. Trust me, I know. Fucking A, Hable. I've come to the position that, education is primary for an anarchist, and then organization is like 1B, right? Like 1A is education, 1B is organizing, and you could easily flip those if you talk about organizing the education. I mean, it's a very dualistic relationship between those two. But yeah, anarchism is about organizing. It is about education. I mean, that's what it is fundamentally. Nice, Jose. Nice. Enjoy that. I'd like to think so, Adia. I'd like to think that I'm doing what Alinsky taught me. That I'm following in at least a couple of his footsteps. Shit, hang on. I'm in a basement. Hang on. I need to check something. Guys, I think my basement has a problem. It's got a sky. What do I do if my basement has a sky? Gamma. I mean, Elydia, there's an argument to be made that like end stage Machnavism could be like a separate topic entirely, but the fact of the matter is he was commander, like he was the commander of the Black Guard, for fuck's sake. Like he was, I mean, he was largely referenced as a Ukrainian anarchist. I mean, the truth of the matter is that, I mean, they used horizontal organizational structure in the Black Guard even. Yeah, I think there's an argument to be made that, you know, sort of late stage, end stage, that it could have morphed, or you could argue that it morphed into something else entirely. But definitely during the like beginning, middle, peak, climax of it all, that it was, you know, rural anarchism. But yeah, there's a deeper conversation to be had there, maybe. But yeah, Machno is very traditionally classified as an anarchist in every text I've ever read. Yeah. It's like the Truman Show. Shit, I just realized my basement is above ground and has 2 stories. What do I do? Yeah. And if I go out and turn that way, that's my front door. Like, this is just the media room has a side entrance into sort of a gated area. The gate is out there. And then there's sort of a seating area out there that's enclosed. But yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. Clearly the concrete dome part of our Trap Kai plan has failed. Yes. Hey, Kez. So, Chad Lyo 24. Chad. My little Chad. Would you like to have an actually productive conversation? Or are you just here to, you know, inject some more copium into your veins? Don't pretend like the Mummy's Basement jokes aren't fresh. Oh, I know, right? Because that's okay. I understand. Your like entire worldview, this conspiracy theory that is foundational to your beliefs, to your ideologies, is crumbling underneath your feet. And that means that you have to grasp out and you have to lash out. And I understand that. That's a natural human phenomenon, right? Like, psychologically speaking, what you're doing is natural, given the artificial space in which you've placed yourself. But I'm here to have an actual conversation if you'd like to have it. Ah, well. They're never any fun, are they, Adia? Hey, Kez. I'm, you know, as good as this shithole of a body can be. So ask a question. Oh. Neither. It's neither, artist. It is neither flat nor a sphere. Proxima Centauri, thank you for the follow. And best number, 42. Still here, still here, still here. Very, very mixed on that, Marlene. Yes, Radical Maniac, I would. I would. Poggies. I don't understand if you guys just want to fuck shit up. Wouldn't Trump be the president you would want? I don't want to fuck stuff up. That's quite the opposite of what I would like to do. The Earth is a good Earth. It's a good place. I'd like to make sure that we don't exploit it into nothingness for ourselves. I'd like to take care of every human being. And being a technologist, I understand the logistics of that, and I understand we can already do it. We already have the capability of being a post-scarcity society. It's merely willpower, greed, and pride that get in the way. It's logistics. He wanted to put a huge gash in the establishment. He is the establishment. He is a $400 million trust fund baby who glad-handed with the Bushes and the Clintons and was in the political sphere for ages, had multiple presidential runs, was literally doing business with international banking cartels, the likes of which was Deutsche Bank, for fuck's sake. He's the establishment. He did massive tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires. He didn't pardon any of those fuckers in the Capitol. Pardoned a bunch of Democrat conmen, though, didn't he? Bunch of fucking rappers on wealthy rappers who had firearms charges. Not a single common person, though, in that batch, was it? Trump is part of the establishment. Oof. Sorry, Kez. Yeah, the meaning of life is that there is no meaning. That means you have to make your own meaning. Which is beautiful and terrifying. Of course I'm Antifa. I'm an anarchist. I'm against fascists. That's all Antifa is. It's anti-fascist. Oof. Fucking net outages. Fuck that, Momo. Now's the time for the pitchforks and torches and shit, right? Fucking get that internet back up. RV, you've been hanging out in that channel too much. I just got that comment. Oh. Oh, yes, Moomin. I saw the fucking truck limo and the sign that dude had up. Good night, Calarians. Nice to meet you. Take care of yourself. There were some common people in the list. I've read through it, and there was a lot of people pardoned who were in for weed and other drug possession type things. Mostly those jailed in their 60s and 70s, though. Not people who were recently jailed. All right, credit where credit's due, Alatia. Alatier? Is it Alatia or Alatier? Or Alatea? Alatea Tenera. I think it's Alatea Tenera, right? Oh. Yeah, that's not what that's about. Fuck Carol Baskin. Money, money, money. Yeah, last I heard, fucking those parts were going out the back door for $2 million a pop. Alatea. Okay. Thank you. I like to know. It's arguable that your concept of probably free market is laissez-faire, and laissez-faire could also become authoritarian. Fascism is a right-wing authoritarian system characterized by ultra-nationalism and a few other traditionalist tendencies. So really, no, there's not going to be a free market fascism. But free market is most assuredly, like laissez-faire capitalism, is most assuredly authoritarian. T for tots. Abel, I love it. T for tots. Oh. Well, I'm glad you're waking up from the Q cult nonsense. Because it is nonsense. Know that. It's a problem. But I'm glad you're finding your way clear of that one. Wait, what did Kat say? Okay. You're disinvited from the next costume wine brunch orgy, Cat. Artist, so you know, when Trump says nationalism, you hear racist Nazi. I hear America first. So you know, artist. America first was a KKK slogan. True. So when you espouse America first, what the rest of us hear is a slogan that was widely used by the KKK. It's like saying, you know, you hear, when Trump says nationalism, you hear racist Nazi, I hear Heil Hitler, right? Like it's that category of shit, right? It's not helping your cause. America has always put itself first. Yeah. Yep, Adia, you are accurate. Well, Chad, I'm glad you're at least beginning to realize that you were taken for a ride and that there is hope yet for solidarity, for mutual aid, for taking care of one another, for organizational strategies that do not include crazy Pepe Silva-like conspiracy theory plotting. So, welcome back to the world of the living. Trump seemed to strangely repeat a lot of old racist terms. Sure, by accident. Not Alder. Hey, thank you for falling into the trap of not understanding the political party swap. The Democrats that were the KKK are actually now the Republicans. But hey, who's got time for American political history lessons, right? This is a fun, fascinating event within American political history in which the Republicans and the Democratic parties traded names. Very real. Look into it. So the Democrats, who were the KKK Democrats, are actually now Republicans. What a wacky thing. But hey, step right into that one. Link in chat for you, not Alder. Feel free to read. Terp. What is this, Trump again? A modern fascist repeating old fascist slogans? Damn. Postmodern neo-Marxist. Oh, back. What are my thoughts on streamers like Vosh or RedTubers in general? Whatever. Whatever. I don't understand all the drama they constantly get into. I mean, that's my only major critique, quite frankly. Seems that like stratified layer of like breadtubers, like super famous breadtubers and stuff like that, and Twitch streamers and all those, that entire crew are constantly infighting. But I mean, that's leftist tradition, right? So I suppose it sort of makes sense on some level. But yeah, it seems they're constantly involved in levels of drama that I just don't comprehend. But yeah, I mean, that's really my only thoughts about the matter. Kezbox, not me. I knew it was a thing. Well, Kez, just for you. This is for you, Kez. tenuous grasp U.S. population has on its own history never fails to be shocking. Tell me about it, too. You're not respecting my side at all. Exactly what the overlords want. Your side kowtows and enables fascists. Kowtows to and enables fascists. Why do I need to respect that? It literally enabled a wife-abusing rapist of a fuck... I'm sorry, what? Hable, I think it's hilarious given that there's already been a People's Party and it was a socialist party. Like, I think that's hilarious. That Trump may start a party that is a previous party name, party title for a socialistic party. If that isn't like the National Socialist Party all over again, I don't know what is. History may not repeat, but it sure damn well rhymes, doesn't it? Artist, we are not all the same age. Our community spans from age 61 all the way down to 18. Oh no, his is the Patriot Party. I'm sorry. I got the two swapped in my head, Hable. Yeah, his is the Patriot Party, which was a former socialist party. Derp. Yeah, that doesn't mean your human rights are right to life, to health care, to housing, to clean water, to internet, even in my opinion, to non-coercive economic systems. 100%. I would provide that for anybody in the world. But I'm also going to call you a fucking fascist to your goddamn face if you're a fucking fascist. That's just how it goes. Human rights don't extend to criticism. And so that's just how that works. Like, I'll gladly provide all of those sorts of things. But the fact of the matter is that when you're dealing with somebody who is actively proselytizing for an ideology that would do harm to a large segment of the population, they shall be treated as such. And they don't automatically get respect for that. That's not a thing. I do not need to respect them. I will advocate for them to be treated in the same way that everyone else is to be treated. But, yeah. Satan was the original rebel as far as Judeo-Christianity goes. I'm all for it. In fact, there's a dedication in Saul Alinsky's books to Lucifer. Probably had it coming. Metallicat, you have to understand I'm an anarchist, right? I'm utilitarian in my calculus towards politics. It's a person who argues in bad faith, who uses inorganic argumentation, who sits there in chat and just says, no, you're wrong, bullshit, and is also a Fox News level moderate racist. Zolank. It's a deep cut for the OGs in the community that from the old podcasting days. So Metallicat, take that, you know, any like electoral politics that I talk about, take it with the knowledge that I am an anarchist, that I think this entire system is odious, and that I am having to perform a high-level utilitarian calculus just to make it even moderately palatable. I literally just answered your question. See, 30 seconds ago. I answered what a Rick was. Hable, I'm more in favor of approval voting than ranked choice, but I'll take the ranked choice. So, were you in favor of the squad withholding their vote for Pelosi unless she brought a vote to the floor for Medicare for all? I'm for it. I'm for it. Anything that fucks over Pelosi a little bit and pushes the issue of Medicare for all, I'm 100% for it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Congratulations, Aquamaka, and thank you, Squid. Squid quickly becoming, within a few days, the #1 gifter. Thank you, Squid. Derp, we do call-ins, but we do them over Discord. We do temporary invite links to Discord, and I will put people on the air that way. We do it all the time. When they're not cowards. Where am I skipping? Hang on. Yeah, Amorous, exactly. That would be my concern too, Kat. That splitting the left vote right now. Curious. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. God, I used to interact with that dude on Reddit. Yeah. No, I'm familiar with street epistemology. What's the guy's name that runs it? It's been like 2 years since I talked to him. But yeah, Anthony. I don't know his last name. But yeah, I think it's Tony, right? Yeah. Yeah, he posted a couple of things to some of the subreddits, one in particular that I moderate on Reddit, and I had some mild back and forth with him, and so yeah, I did a sort of a binge watch of some of the videos he had at that time. What do I think of him? I think he's doing good work. I mean, we disagree politically, but he doesn't actually talk his politics that often. You can sort of elucidate, you can suss out his politics by watching his channel. We do disagree politically on a number of things, but I like his style. I like his methodology. Definitely a huge supporter of the Socratic methodology, and I appreciate the Socratic method, especially when first interacting with somebody. So yeah. He seems like good people. Squid, it's, dude, Like I'm gonna try and stop you. How do you deal with this emotional, gut-wrenching times? My thoughtful question. Jose, I've been through a lot in my life. I've been through a lot. I just sort of cope. Occasionally, I have an existential meltdown. You know. Occasionally, you just gotta break down. I think that's just human. I am an aficionado of stand-up comedy. The darker that it is, the better, in my opinion. Yeah. Go back and listen to all the Doug Stanhope albums, and go back and listen to George Carlin, read some of his books. Yeah. All right, let me catch up here on this chat. No idea, Kez. No idea. Am I a cat guy? I was a cat. I was a servant to cats. Yeah, the last pair of cats I had were Siamese. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do I still have part of the problem on hand? Yeah.
I am part of the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, of course I do, Mitra. That's Rick. For those that are still wondering, that is actually Rick. Rick is a real person. He is, like I said, arguing in bad faith, inorganic arguments, sitting in chat saying, no, you're wrong, bullshit, with actually no content provided, and a moderate, like, Fox News level racism. That's what a Rick is. He's a very real person, and that's a clip of him.
I am part of the problem. Yeah.
Admitting he's a part of the problem. Thank you for the follow, Aqua. Cat ears always help. Thank you for the follow, Master, and thank you for the follow, Zelink. Zelink Toria, thank you. Estrella, interestingly enough, politics is my release. I don't need to take a break from politics. I get a very perverse enjoyment from it. So, yeah. Yeah, well, Squid, too bad. That's what I'm answering. Bunnies. Maniac. Oof, I know a lot of Ricks. We all do, Maniac. We all do. Hable, not only do I have it on soundboard, Mitre made a song out of it. Yeah. Rick was not happy about that, by the way. But what am I missing? No idea. Apparently there's like 2 or 3 side conversations happening in chat right now. Yeah, Squid, come on. Jump into voice chat, Squid. I was just gonna gloss over it because it's such a fucking rote bullshit at that point, but it's all yours if you want it. Hey, Squid. Squiddy, squid, squid. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey. So, people can and do enjoy doing shit jobs. They do. They do. And I get so sick of people saying, no one's going to want to do the shit jobs. And the reason I know this is because I have a very, very dear friend who happens to enjoy and love his job, working both in an abattoir, slaughtering animals, getting covered in blood and guts on the daily, and also working in a research facility doing the gross shit. Sculling animals. Doing the gross shit. He doesn't get paid the best, but he loves his job. He finds satisfaction in his job. It is a shit-kicking job. He does it overnight, and he gets paid a pittance to do it. But he loves his job. He loves it because it affords him time during the day to spend with his family, and it affords him flexibility to get the shit he needs to do during the day done. There are other jobs that are shit, like garbage collecting, that people enjoy doing. There are shit jobs that are horrible jobs that people enjoy doing and find satisfaction in for reasons other than, oh, money is the only incentive, and people need to get the fuck over it. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's the end of my rant.
Kat, I have no idea why I'm running that poll, but I'm running that poll. Apparently we're running a poll. Are aliens or clones more likely? No idea.
Also, he's a very lovely person and very kind. And oddly, no, he does not hate animals. He's a very lovely person. And he doesn't actually eat a lot of meat.
By the way, I love that word. I wish we as Americans would adopt it. I'm so sick of the word slaughterhouse. Abattoir is so much better.
It's a good word. It's a good word.
It's a good word. Yeah, I'm a Anglophile as far as my TV watching goes. Like if I'm watching like actual TV and not some sort of streaming service, I have a tendency to lean towards British television. Just because their panel shows are far superior to anything we put out. And yeah, that was one of the early words. It was like, what the fuck? What the fuck is that? Contextually. Oh, okay. I think the first time I heard it was Gordon Ramsay's F word. And I was like, he was sending an animal off to it. I'm like, oh, well, that's a lot better.
Oh, no.
Like, oh, it's the slaughterhouse. That's a much better word.
Yeah, it's a lot less graphic a word. But yeah, no, I much prefer abattoir to slaughterhouse, but also it's not a great job. But
I mean that's the thing is, and Rye said one man's shitty job is another man's dream job. Like, yeah. Some people enjoy things that you cannot even fathom enjoying. There's an entire subset of people, males, that enjoy getting their balls stomped on. They will pay money to get their balls stomped on.
True.
But the majority of the population generally avoid that sort of thing. We go most of our lives trying to avoid a situation in which we take a foot to that region. So it looks like aliens. Aliens are more likely. There's your answer, Kat. Don't know why we needed it, but there's your answer.
I voted aliens because I was figuring with our current technology, clones are much less likely than aliens.
you know, and if fucking, oh, let me try and catch up. Kez says they want to love, they love and want to meet your friend. If they had the physical capability, they'd love to do that shit as well.
It's pretty demanding. And his science job, the one in where it started as he was like sculling primates and stuff like that, which is not delightful. But now he like makes bovine serum for them and stuff like that, to export to other countries to help make medicine and vaccines and shit. So pretty impressive stuff, like important stuff. Gross, but important.
Yep. Kez saying, I used to love unironically farm work and stable work and lumberjacking too. Lumberjacking is the most dangerous job in North America. Oh, please. I'm not trying to ban the word slaughterhouse. I don't give a shit what you say. Fucking Aqua, you can say whatever the fuck you want to say. I don't give two shits. There isn't not a moment of my day that I legitimately care about what falls out of other people's mouths. Don't be surprised when other people react poorly to what falls out of your mouth, though. You know, I've got such a dark sense of humor at this point that legitimately, words don't offend me. Like, they don't. But I'm not most people, so I can't speak for other people. And other people have different norms, morals, values, ethics, and that sort of thing. And I understand how you can easily say something that could intensely bother, undermine, otherwise undo somebody's mental well-being. And if you do that intentionally, you're a fucking piece of shit. But as far as whether what you want to say, no, I won't be legislating or advocating for controlling what falls out of your mouth anytime soon. I don't care. I got bigger fish to fry than whether you say slaughterhouse, but the word abattoir is better. It's a better word by all measures. It's prettier. It's nicer sounding. It's a lyrical, poetic word. And as somebody who writes and as somebody who is an orator, things like mouthfeel of words matters to me. Abattoir is a nice word. And slaughterhouse is an ugly word. It has very little to do with what... They're both the same thing. They both have the exact same meaning. But one is a nicer word. God damn, get over yourself.
I can see that Meat said, and he's right, that just because one person enjoys it, other people would not be able to do it without a financial incentive. And that's true. Like, I can honestly say I would not be able to work in an abattoir. Even with a financial incentive, I could not do it. But I also know from experience, like I grew up in the country. I can, if I need to, kill my own food. I can do that.
I can too.
But I couldn't do it in an abattoir situation. So it depends on the situation in which you are. So, like, in the utopian society, would there even be a need for an abattoir as well?
Who would choose a hard job over being a Hollywood movie star? I would not choose being a Hollywood movie star.
I wouldn't want to be a Hollywood movie star.
Yeah. It's that simple. And I got to tell you, there's people... Do you know what the number one fear of Americans is? Public speaking. 100%. It's been consistently for decades now. Public speaking. There are legions of people who would be terrified to stand in front of a theater, in front of a room full of people, of an audience of any shape or size, and speak. To me, it's nothing. It literally is nothing. I have had literally nobody to speak to when I speak, and I have had, well, when the serfs came in, I have had 700 plus paying attention, watching me speak. And I am a drama kid, and was a member of a touring repertory company. I have been in multi-level theaters full with people watching me. Doesn't bother me in the least. Changes nothing. But there are millions of Americans who fear public speaking more than they fear death. Okay? So one thing for one person may not be another thing for another person. And the sooner you come to terms with that and start applying these and stop applying these artificial constructs that you're applying, like being a Hollywood movie star is the end all be all and everybody would want to be it. No, everybody wouldn't want to be that. And you know what? Some people would rather go out and slaughter 100 goats and do the manual labor associated with it than sit here and do what I'm doing right now in the comfort of my own home. That's the truth. It is weird, isn't it, Squid?
It is weird.
Let's see. Bernie saying, I really enjoy cleaning. Coming from IT, I also have that understanding. A lot of IT people burn out and go into jobs that are highly manual labor. Like I've said before, I have former associates who are farming chickens and shit like that now. Because at the end of the day, you have something to show for it. Right? Like janitorial services. You start with a dirty room, you end up with a clean room. There's something very satisfying about that on an extremely base human level. And I think a lot of people don't take that into account. All right, I'm backed up a ways. Squid, you got anything to say while I catch up on chat here?
I mean, I can try and come up with something. I can entertain the masses as much as I can. Apparently people like the accent, so I'll just talk shit and keep people entertained with my dulcet tones. I won't do ASMR and divide the people.
Bernie does have a nice point. If fame and money weren't involved with being a Hollywood movie star, or the money, like if it was just the fame, like just like people know who you are because of the nature of cinema. If it wasn't the fact that you get to live in in a Hollywood Hills mansion with a staff of 25, how many people would want that life?
This is an accent from where? Indiana? What?
I had somebody ask me where I was from tonight, and they were asking country.
Maybe we've done a body swap.
You know?
I'm not sure who would come out of that better off, to be honest.
I think we'd both be fucked.
Probably true.
It would be different. It would be nice though. Different shit for a while though.
Yeah, different pain is always as good as a holiday.
Yeah, I'd take it.
Yeah, I'd probably also take it. Meat tray, I go for Essendon. I'm a bomber. Let's see.
Artist, whatever your dream job is, why would you choose to be a janitor over that dream job, whatever it is?
Okay, so I was trying to explain this earlier, but I think I got looked over. You wouldn't have to choose one over the other because you're not pursuing a career for financial gain. You're choosing to pursue joy. You would choose to pursue your dream career because you don't have an incentive to go for what you don't want to do. And there would be automation likely in place at this stage. Because it's not going to happen in the next 10 years. And automation is already pushing people out of their jobs.
Metallicat, curious if you could explain this to me like Eli 5. Explain this like I'm 5. I'm not very familiar with anarchist ideology, but isn't it the same thing as communism, aka stateless, classless society? Stateless, yes. Anarchism has more intersectionalism than communism. Communism is only concerned with the class struggle. Anarchism is more concerned with other stuff. Anarchism is about elimination of hierarchical power structure and unjust authority within society. Communism is going to be more concerned with economic situations as well. Anarchism trends towards socialism, though there are ANCOMs. You can easily modify socialism or communism with anarchism, but anarchism is more concerned with mutual aid networks, solidarity amongst the people, and an elimination of hierarchies, unjust hierarchies. Oh, and Mitre queued the Ansin. Marksy saying my kids sneak cleans when they're home alone, like toilets and floors type of cleaning.
I used to do that. I hate cleaning when there are people around. And then as soon as the house is empty, I just go nuts.
But. Tam, just for you. Or is it a but? That sort of one. I've got a few different versions.
It's when you elongate it. And I know exactly the but that they mean, because I do that when I'm talking to Squid Husband and he makes fun of me for it.
Yeah.
Because as soon as I do it, he goes, but I'm like, oh, why? Why would you do that?
Hello there. God, Irreverend. Mask Up Karen, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the host. Thank you for the raid. How is your stream, Irreverend? Kez says they do it too. The psychologist doctor is hosting as well. Thank you. And thank you for the fall sunrise. That's coming up next. Taya, me and my husband actually go around at night sometimes saving useful items from garbage bins of big buildings, cleaning them up, donating to charitable organizations and that take appliances, etc. It's not pleasant, but we do it. So here's another example of people doing something that most will find disgusting because they find it fun for whatever reason. Hey, thank you for the fall. Stoggered boop. That said, I'm quite fond of the idea of balanced job complexes from Michael Albert. Not off the top of my head. But I think I know just contextually what you're talking about. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a collection of tasks within a given workplace that's balanced for its equity and empowerment implications against all other job complexes in the workplace. It's just a different version of division of labor, just with equality and equity in mind instead, which I think naturally would be what most situations within a community or a society that deal with that sort of potentially downside or negative containing job might employ, is some sort of rotational basis, unless somebody has an affinity for it. You know, like we've pointed out, a lot of people enjoy those sorts of things. And so if you've got a whole bunch of people that enjoy it, fuck it, let them do it. But if they ever need a break, let them have a break. No big deal. we overcomplicate shit a lot of the time. And it's largely because of capitalism, statism, hierarchical nature of our society. That's just the truth of the matter. There's a lot of busy work and there's a lot of coercion. And this leads to complex, shall we say, mental gymnastics that people put themselves through, that given a more equitable situation, they wouldn't have to put themselves through. So, why is the left so generally nice to new people? It's amazing. When you value humanitarian and egalitarian principles, you know, try not to be an asshole is pretty much the guiding principle of a lot of people. You know, just don't be a dick. What were you saying?
Humanism.
It's just try not to be a fuckhead and you'd be amazed what you can accomplish.
Don't be a wanker.
Were you here for my I properly used to twat a cunt.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
I'm so proud.
Yes, chat was bemused by an American saying, you know, twatting a cunt. I do believe I said like that cunt needs to be twatted upside the head.
I love it.
Yeah. Let's see.
Apparently, where is it? Back up. Artist has said, I just want you guys to know that you have a lot of misconceptions about the right people. And if things continue, it's not going to help. I would be interested to know which misconceptions you mean and whether or not you think you have equally as many misconceptions about the left or more or fewer misconceptions about the left.
I'm with Rye. Right-wingers don't even know what conservatism is since they constantly contradict their own ideology.
Shh, I know. I'm just trying to be investigative.
Last night was Socratic Kai. Tonight is, fuck it, Kai.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that when we came in.
Yeah. You
were ready to flip tables.
It just, you know, where's my horsetail whip? Where the fuck did I put that?
Everyone's very confused, and it's all by design. I'm not confused.
I understand the Burkean origins of conservatism.
I'm wondering who has designed our confusion, and is the same person that's designed Kai's confusion the same person who has designed my confusion since I'm on the other side of the planet?
JQ. Kodo, animal enslavement is a pretty unjust hierarchy. Can anarchism exist without disallowing commercial animal exploitation? Blah, blah. And why not just regulate that and also control the rest of the economy as well? Sure. I mean, it can exist without disallowing it. I mean, anarchism is capable of existing within the microcosm of the macrocosm. It's demonstrated all the time. Trumbullplex is a perfect example. Now, if you were talking about an anarchistic society, then yeah, it would have to be addressed. And you could easily address it. It's not that complicated. You don't have to go full PETA on this shit to understand that there's ways to more healthfully and organically, and not like commercial organic food, but organically as in, you know, a more naturalistic methodology, raise animals and utilize them for meat products. And given technological innovations, we could even technologize our way out of using them entirely. We could get to the point where we can utilize lab-grown meat and that sort of thing. And we could cut that way, way, way down. We could also address the fact that, you know, if you wanted to maintain animal product use within your society in that way, you could at least treat the animals in the way that many of our ancestors did, rather than this factory farming methodology we use. There is a more humane methodology that could be implemented as well. Artist said it's small stuff like stereotypes.
They also said it's the capitalists that we all hate.
You do understand right-wingers are capitalists, right?
They were a Trump supporter. Trump.
Kez, it gets worse when Americans say bastard correctly. Trips me out. You're supposed to say it like Sean Bede. Bastard.
Bastard.
Bastard. You bastard. Let's see.
I am very careful not to drop the C-bomb, though. I won't do that to you, Kai.
I don't care. That's... thank you for the follow, Rogue Ascension and Space Magic. If I didn't address you before. Yeah, that's an American thing that they're just like, yeah, like, get over yourselves. It's a fun word.
It is a fun word.
I
sound like a southern softie. One day, just for you, Kez, I'll put on a full Bogan accent and you won't know how to actually understand me, and it'll be hilarious. And Meat Tray will be the only one who knows what I'm saying, and he'll love it.
I think hey, artist, who is the capitalist we all fucking hate? Just help a brother out here. Random near-term goal, replace SQL with something less word repetitive. SQL, by the way. Yeah. But that's SQL. That's how we say that. No, Nutten, going vegan is not the best way to help the environment. It isn't. The best way to help the environment is to not have children. This is the number one thing you can do to help the environment. Don't reproduce.
Oops.
Hi, my name's Kai. I'm a gay male that has nothing, has no interests and no parental instincts, has no interests in raising or rearing children, and I have no parental instincts whatsoever. So I will be doing my part for the environment. Yeah. Let's see. What? The federal banks, the establishment, says artist. Dude, I'm telling you, this is the Jewish question. It is. I really think it is.
I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the Queen and her position in England, even though she doesn't really do anything in terms of governing the country, but is in charge of the church, the bank, and is the head of state?
Fister, if not having children is good, wouldn't removing children be better?
Big brain thoughts.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Lemon is a mood. Says the Irish person in England.
Isn't the Queen just a cult leader? Less of a cult leader than Trump may still yet be.
Yeah, that position is still being held. And she has actual power.
Yeah, she can fire my prime minister if she so chooses.
Yeah, when's the last time that happened? Like 74 or something like that?
I wish it would happen now.
Yeah. Hey, thank you for the follow, Viva La Lady. Yeah, like I always, but I remember like reading about that, you know, when the last time the Queen dissolved the Australian government because of a lockup.
The Queen, artist. The Parliament are not the head of the church or bank. The Queen is.
Did you all watch The Crown? Amorous, noted, Kez. Hey, Sue. Oh, fuck it. Oh, Jesus Christ. I almost muted you, Sue.
Oh, hey, Sue. How are you doing, Uncle?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, everyone. How's everyone today?
I'm very well this evening, thank you, Uncle.
Yeah.
Nice.
Um.
So I've just had a humdinger of a stream title suggestion to me.
And
it's OG leftist slash OG conservative slash mega.
Just drag them all in. Well, I can tell you for a fact that socialist Marxist Biden takes American presidency into a new era of Soviet dominance has been dragging them in all night. From
So many.
Really?
moment one. So many.
Nice.
Yeah.
And hello, everybody in chat. How y'all doing? Good to see you. Much love.
I wanted to know what your thoughts on the Queen was, artist, as a capitalist figurehead.
God. Are we at that level now?
Oh, dude, it's been a thing.
You don't care. Wait, you don't care about British politics. So, and you feel bad for her because her family are fools.
They actually said kin. Holy shit. Where are you from, artist?
Oh my God.
If you're from the US, are you from the South, is all I have to ask.
Imagine feeling bad for the Queen, right, Adia?
So I think the mega thing is hilarious. Because
Texas.
If I add like the American Indian Movement flag and put mega underneath that, make American great again, pre-colonization. Oh, that would be hilarious.
Yeah, go for it. I think it'd be fucking solid. Does the UK have a space program? It's literally called the British Space Program. PROGRAMME. European spelling. Yeah.
Oh, God.
But,
yes, Kez, I have something to drink. Thank you. Yes, I know. Momo, you're in trouble. Love
Don't
you,
like
but
the
you're in
parliament
trouble.
system or a queen. Okay, artist, how then do you feel about how many of the Trumpers were openly advocating for Trump to take position as monarch for the United States?
Kudo. Yeah, right. Kez telling me to drink. She's pulling the move from you and griefing me for you, Momo.
Oh, did they? I was going to mention that, Kez, that I wondered if they had rolled it into ESA or not.
Well, at least artist didn't want Trump to take over as king, I suppose. Unlike so many others. And knows what all Trumpers wanted when, you know, they were spouting KKK rhetoric.
Hello, Arcane.
But they didn't mean it that way. Because artist knows what they all were meaning.
I've never heard of Trump for king. It's a meme. It's a joke. I've spoken to people who literally mean it.
Okay.
Oh, you want this to go to voice? I'll let you decide.
Who are we letting decide what?
We're letting Squid decide. Artist is saying they'll join voice chat.
I would rather not, purely because I'm probably going to have to leave shortly. Because it's like 10 o'clock at night.
All right. Well, I'm with Artist. We're gonna poll it.
Okay.
Oh, I gotta watch this. It's gonna be interesting. Vote, y'all. Vote. Get your vote in. Should Artist join voice chat? Put your vote in.
Salamander, are you still in chat? If you're still in chat, Salamander, I need to add you as a friend on Twitch for you to whisper to me. Because, well, I mean, y'all can imagine why I don't allow people who aren't on my friends list to whisper to me. It's one of those things.
Oh, I don't know, Squid. It looks like you're going to be facing them in voice chat.
That's fine. I just might have to duck out randomly.
No, don't duck out.
No,
no.
Adia, stop the count.
10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock, and I have a 5-year-old spawn. Because unlike someone, I didn't think about that and the environment.
Clearly, it was clearly my environmentalism that drove that decision making. It had nothing to do with the fact that girls are icky.
Yeah, yeah, it didn't have anything to do with, the gay TM.
Cat's volunteering. I'll tag in.
Cat's ready to tag in.
Cat's ready to tag in? Okay. No, wait, Cat, you can't tag in. We have to have like Kez or Sam or one of them. One of them do it. I love you, Cat, but I think it would be more fitting as a replacement for Squid if Squid needs to step out. I'm just saying.
Interesting. Bernie, sorry. It was Bernie who sent me that whisper I don't know. 9 minutes ago. Bernie, duly noted. I have the whisper. I have noted it.
I'm not jumping into this one, Artist, so you'll be safe. Unless you really piss me off with your rhetoric.
Oh, you'll be jumping in. You'll be jumping in. Calling it now.
Guys, I'm not even gonna fuck around with this shit. I'm just calling it now.
Just putting it out there. So he was saying that putting America first was not nationalist in the white supremacy sense, but was just, putting America first.
Oh.
As one does.
So a Holocaust denier. Okay.
We actually had one of those earlier in the stream.
I bet you did.
It straight up, Holocaust didn't happen. Artist, check your whispers.
Yeah,
there's an invite link.
But that's not how Trumpers mean it.
Artist, check your whispers.
Artist, check your whisper. Join up. Get in here. Let's get this show on the road. It's 4 a.m. my time, so let's get it on the road.
On the road again.
Something tells me that Kez is just going to say, fuck it. I'm jumping in here. Even though my kids are awake right now, I'm in.
Marlene, where is here? Germany or the Netherlands? You said, right? One of these people, one of the people who just joined chat within the last 10 minutes was Dutch, and they weren't a Ramsey. So it could be Germany. It could be the Netherlands. There's a whole host of European nations.
I guess C Kills is the guy.
Netherlands. Arcane Scorch was the Netherlands. There we go. Thank you, Arcane.
Netherlands. Arcane Scorch was the
Yeah.
Let me mute my TV, right?
Netherlands.
Michael.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, great. So, hello. Where y'all want to start?
I haven't been involved in most of this, quite frankly.
Should I start?
If
Should I-
chat
okay,
would like to
should I-
suggest anything or any starting points, by all means. Who's got the echo?
I think that's him.
Yeah.
All right. Well, obviously, I voted for Trump. I'm like in the middle, and like I feel like I can see all your like everybody's sides, and like I feel like there's a lot more common ground that we have. And
Why did you
feel
vote
like
for
there's
Trump?
a lot of stuff going back and forth, and I see all petty things happening. I feel like we want the same stuff, but we just don't want to go the same direction to get there. Does that make any sense?
What common ground do you think that we have in a
Okay,
way
so
that
we're
would
talking
still allow
like-
you to vote for Trump?
Okay, are we talking about policy, or are we gonna talk like all these different people, and like start nitpicking and getting the nuance as far as like what they did and all that was wrong, or they said this at that time, but he didn't really mean that, or he drug it back then.
Concentration camps on the borders, Muslim ban, transgender ban for the military, tax cuts for the richest of the rich.
Okay. So, which one we going with first?
Take your pick. They're all reasons to not like this guy and his policies.
I'm having I can just hear you. Okay.
Nobody else is speaking.
Okay, so tax cuts from the rich, right? That was with you're cutting out on my end.
Again, nobody's speaking.
Okay.
Do you still have the stream running?
Just no. Let me try.
Yes, he does.
Hold on.
You have to mute the stream.
Does that work?
Let us see. Yes.
That sounds better.
There you
okay,
go.
well, I mean, well, like, what I would like to do is start out where like we agree. Like, don't we want term limits? I mean, it seems like everywhere I look, everybody's agreeing with term limits. It seems everybody's agreeing with prison reform as far as like not having private prisons.
How about
But when
prison
we talk-
abolition?
Do what?
Prison abolition.
Prison abolition sounds great.
Sounds great. Yeah. No, what I don't want is forced slavery, obviously, in our prisons. But I
That would be
also
the
don't want.
13th
I don't
Amendment.
want prison to be a. I don't want prison to be a summer camp.
But you want prisons.
But I do think there needs to be some kind of like punishment system. I don't think like I see like on the far left. Y'all don't want. You guys don't think there should be any death penalty.
No.
I don't have the death penalty.
C kills. Hang on, guys.
Okay. Yeah.
You realize the 13th Amendment also affects you. So if you fuck up and end up in jail, you are now made into a slave.
Literally.
You realize
Yes.
Why? I want to know why the obsession with of this Calvinistic style punishment and not rehabilitation, while recognizing that you have to make these people, at least give it an attempt to make them a functioning member of society, right? Punishment doesn't do that.
It seems like we have systems set up where prison is one thing, and rehabilitation is another.
So why is
Yes.
So
But we only need rehabilitation.
See, I just don't believe that to be true. Maybe we can move on
But
to another subject.
Except
No,
multiple.
I actually need to point something out here.
Okay.
Are you aware that the USA and Japan are the only, I hate the term, but developed countries that still have the death penalty? Here in Australia, we don't have it. All across Europe, they don't have it. It is quite primitive that America still has it.
And might I add that
Well, we have it in certain states, yeah.
Hang on. And might I add that Australia was set up after colonization as a prison for the English. It was
Yeah, we were a prison colony.
Yeah, I know.
So we have numerous studies in our country and abroad that show that the death penalty doesn't actually affect the rate of homicide.
It's not a deterrent. It doesn't do shit.
Yeah, like I said, we could argue nuance, but
that's not
I
nuance.
I can show you plenty of
the state is
plenty of different
executing
kinds of
people.
studies about anything
No, you haven't.
want to find, and you could
No,
find
you can't.
find statistics
The
to
facts
bend
don't
to
care
any
about your
will
feelings.
you wanted to. I mean,
No, we're doing this
if you're
right now.
talking in Australia, or we're talking in Virginia, or you're talking in Texas, or you're talking in Alaska.
None of
all
the-
these stats, like guys, like
There have been.
I just don't think that's how stats work.
How many statistics classes have you taken? How many statistics classes have you taken?
Not any in a while. I've been out of school a long time.
Why do you think it matters from state to state when literally every country in the world, other than Japan, disagrees with the United States?
Cultures are different. The way things are done are different.
You do realize we have numerous studies
different.
on this,
All sorts of
including
things are
from
different.
right-wing
There's so many
enterprises
things
such
about
as the AEI. It doesn't work.
If you are plugging in stats from
It's
say,
not about
a
statistics.
certain place, and you're plugging in the same stats in another place,
You do realize we have
gonna get-
numerous U.S.-based studies upon this matter, including Texas.
Yeah.
It doesn't work as a deterrent.
hey, I'm willing to move on this position. I'm not saying I know everything about this. That's why I'm in the middle.
That's not what a centrist position is about.
All I'm saying to you guys is I can understand what you're saying, and I'm willing to listen. I'm
You're
not going to
clearly
say
not.
that like I'm not going to be the expert on every single subject we're going to talk about here. Just like you're not going to be.
Wow.
Clearly, though, we're more informed than you.
I would have to say, buddy, that you have stepped into a very enlightened and a very intelligent man's stream.
Okay, so we'll move past the death penalty.
Thank you.
Why does prison need to be punishment and not rehabilitation?
Because that's what prison is. You either have a prison or you don't.
What is
Right?
So why do we need prison?
Or you would just call them rehabilitation centers.
Because we don't rehabilitate by and large. There's a few university-run rehabilitation programs in prisons in this country, and universally they show a lower recidivism rate than all of the other ones. But by and large, we don't fund rehabilitation programs for prisons.
Kez in the
Okay,
waiting
so
room.
a person that lives in the system that we live in, why am I wanting to pay more taxes to rehabilitate people that have
Do you
broken
want
the
less
law?
crime or not?
Do you want less crime?
Well, I mean, well, of course we all want less crime. We don't want
Then
no
you
crime,
pay
right?
to
Ideally.
rehabilitate, not punish.
Not everybody can be rehabilitated.
No,
There
but
isn't-
depending on whose numbers you look at, the New York prison system has shown upwards of 81% rehabilitation rate, a reduction in recidivism utilizing a college-based rehabilitation program. So you can chop your workload in half, no problem.
Okay, I have some fun.
Hey, I'm all for saving more money.
Well, rehabilitation will
year?
save you money.
Just jumping back half.
Mate, if you guys can put a pen to paper and come up with a plan, there's no
There
reason
already
why
is a
people
plan.
that are in my safe position wouldn't look at it.
But there already is plans. We just explained that to you.
Well, that's
It's the factor that-
then
it's
it
the
isn't
factor
people
that-
like me. It isn't people like me that are in your way. It's
the
the fucking
factor-
people that we both are, having a problem with.
Well, this is what you're looking at, C-Kills, okay? It is the factor that prisons are privatized to make
Yeah,
money.
I know. As much as studying as I've had to do on that, and it was a thing maybe a few years ago. I just thought private prisons. I never gave it a second thought. Oh yeah, privatize. Yeah, okay, yeah. But taking a second look at it, seeing how it works, lobbyists, etc., just get pumping more people into the prison system for petty crimes is definitely not something I want to be doing.
Here is
okay.
Sorry, I'll hand it over after this. Here are the numbers. BPI is the Bard Prison Initiative. It's part of Bard College. If you're familiar with Bard College, they have an excellent debate team. Either way, they're a private university in New York. They enroll 300 prison students into the BPI program. Now, the Bureau of Justice Statistics track recidivism nationwide. There is a recidivism rate of 67.8. 67.8% of prisoners released within 3 years of release will return. Within 5 years of release, 76.6% of prisoners will return. All right. The statistics for the BPI graduates, 97.5% of them literally never go back to prison. Lifetime statistic.
So you're saying this is the new prison system?
I'm saying
this is what we should be doing, or whatever it is.
Everybody else already does this. And
good. I am on board.
Scandinavia goes one better.
Hey, I'm on board.
Well,
sold me.
Let me tell you about it, and maybe you'll, learn something. So in Scandinavia, they don't have prisons in the way that you think, right? What they have is rehabilitation. They're basically like rehab for drugs or alcohol or anything else, but they're specifically for crime. And what they do is they isolate people from society, yes, but they ensure every single person within those rehabilitation centers every single one of their basic fucking human rights. On top of which, they supply free healthcare, free mental health care, abundantly to try and get to the bottom of why they've committed crimes in the first place. They also supply social workers and funding so that these people can go back to school or get themselves housed, so they can get new jobs, so that they're more productive.
Yeah,
now, as much as I hate productive as a concept, because it's fucking bollocks, it is considerably better than throwing someone in a fucking hole for several years because they happen to be black and carrying weed.
So,
I was exactly going to point out that same thing, because it turns out that I think it's Denmark has a recidivism rate of only about 25% in the maximum, which is less than a third of the US rate. So if you're looking at punishment as opposed to giving someone help, I'd say it's a far more economic and a far more ethical situation to give someone help than to beat them with a stick. If you beat someone with a stick, you're just making a weapon against yourself.
Yeah, what they're doing is they are putting
yourself at that
non-violent
point is
criminals.
society.
So
Yeah,
We-
what they're doing is they're putting non-violent criminals in hugely violent situations by putting them in prison, and then churning out more violent criminals and wondering why.
So what's another point of contention that you think that you may hold a right-wing position on that we can potentially...
Okay, like the prison system, that's why I brought that up, is because like on the right and among my friends, I think we feel the same way as you guys. There's just
No, they don't. By and large, the right in this
and I'm
country
not
is
talking
hugely
about, I'm
for
not talking about
punishment.
what you see on what you guys see on TV are like these old rhinos that are like running
You do
our
realize
party.
that we
we
exist
don't want
in
these-
society, that we know these people on a day-to-day basis, right? They are family members, they are coworkers, they are bosses. We're not like
I'm talking
utilizing
about, like,
Fox
the-
News
I'm talking about,
necessarily.
like the McCains and the Lindsey Grahams and the Tom Cottons.
Yeah, no, fuck them. None of us are talking about them. What we
Yeah.
are talking about is those people in our lives that we know that want us dead because we're fucking different. That's what we're talking about. That is what you are
I
defending.
mean, like,
people
I
who
can't
want...
defend
shut
those
up, I'm
guys,
still
those
talking.
people.
Shut up, I am
I
still
don't
talking.
know those
Shut up, I am
people.
still talking.
Kez,
Shut up, I am still
Kez,
talking.
myself.
Kez, easy breathe,
The Irish
Kez.
temper.
Kez,
The Irish
breathe.
temper.
Oh, that wasn't even half my temper. Sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to bring up the point about capital punishment as well. If you look at the conviction rates in most developed countries, there is a disparity. There is about a 12 to 17% chance of being wrongly convicted for a crime. That means that 12 to 17% of the people who are then sent onto a death penalty scenario are purely innocent. So out of 1,000 people, you are willing to kill 170 people, 170 innocent people.
Republican support, aggregate meta-analysis of multiple polls sits at 76% support for death penalty, with Republican-held states having more prisoner executions than Democrat-held states. There's clearly a support for this policy on the right of the aisle to a greater extent than there is on the left of the aisle, amongst the common man.
Now, I am willing to give a caveat and extend a line here. If
they've gone. I like Fista's prospect that you are subject to the death penalty if you believe in the death penalty.
Oh, I kind of like that.
Just too bad it's TOS.
Yeah.
Did he really leave?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hang on.
There was so much more he could have been like enjoying and understanding.
I guess numbers hurt when you don't have any evidence to back up your own position.
It broke off. Give me one sec.
Oh, okay. Let's get them back.
Nice. We're getting them back.
Well, those are temporary invites. Give me one sec.
Sorry, I kind of went off there. It's just very convenient when they decide to ignore the fact that considerable amounts of them actually want people like me dead. People like Sue. People like Kai.
I know, but you gotta. There we go. Check your whispers. I tried to DM it to you, but we don't share a server.
I think Denmark's system is amazing.
Norway has the oh god, what is the Thrug? I forget. It's the maximum security prison. Maybe it's Halden. Yeah, it's Halden. Sports, music, unarmed staff, creating a sense of community. It's even won interior design awards.
That's pretty cool. I have actually.
Is that the one with its own dental and medical facilities that are absolutely amazing?
Voice chat.
Yes, and psychiatric as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a hell of a facility. And I mean, you know.
Oh wow, that's so much better. I was having a
welcome
hard
back,
time hearing you
Joe.
guys.
All
I
right.
How
think.
are you doing? So let us take a look.
Well, we've
Right?
pretty much covered the prison death penalty things. What's something else?
So
Like
I
the-
want
okay,
I want
like
to
the-
I
the
want to
death-
I want to
the-
I want to say I want to hang on please.
Okay.
I want to say, are you understanding? Is it my understanding that majority of the people, the normal everyday folk on the right, don't agree with what the government officials are doing in your platform or in your party?
Am I still here? Like,
yeah.
Do I know
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
Okay, so do I know what the? Can you ask me one more time?
Okay. Do you and your right-leaning party people, the normal everyday people like you on the right, do you know what it is that the people that are running in the party that you're voting for are doing, or no?
I think Sue is asking.
Are you talking about at the local level, the state level, the?
All of the above.
What do we, like? I mean, I can't be watching them 24/7, but I mean, what can you really know what they're doing? I don't like what they're doing.
So why do you vote for them then? Like, in all fairness, why do you vote
Is
for
this
a party?
Is this what this gonna be like?
Well,
what is this?
what is a point? What is
I'm actually honestly asking you an honest
I
human
voted
question.
for Trump the first time to prevent Hillary Clinton.
Why?
Straight up. That's it. And
What
Trump
about
wasn't even my first choice.
What about Hillary
Like, there was
Clinton freaked you
18
out?
people on that stage.
What about Hillary Clinton freaked you out?
What did I not like about Hillary Clinton?
Yeah.
Oh, so much. Just too much war, man. Too much involved in all the stuff. If you
Completely bombed Iran. Try again.
How about that Trump was a firm supporter of terrorist organizations actually running funding out of his hotels in New York since the mid-'80s? Literally terrorists
I've
on
never heard that
international
one
watch.
before.
Have you ever heard of the IRA?
With Gaddafi.
The IRA, fucking Israeli, fucking
No,
IRA.
The IRA, the Irish Republican Army.
The IRA.
Yeah.
The Irish Republican Army.
Trump used to go to Sinn Féin fundraisers. They had organization.
Trump actually ran the Sinn Féin organization and fundraising in New York.
Yeah. Sinn Féin is the
He got
political arm of
someone
the
who was
IRA.
on a wanted terrorist list into America when he was banned from international travel.
Also, Trump.
Well,
straight
see,
up
this is part of the
delicious.
problem with our media. Like, if they were so against Trump, why didn't they mention any
That's
of
not
this
part
shit?
of the problem. The problem is that he's doing it.
Well, I
And
would
it
say.
was mentioned.
Well, what
it
I'm
was
saying is like,
mentioned
this is
quite
news to
regularly.
me, and I consider myself somebody that pays quite a bit of good amount of attention. Like, everybody that's in this chat, everybody that's on these political streams, they're doing their best to pay attention.
I would
Let's-
say change the sources you're getting your information from, or if not change them, increase the sources you use.
So what's another point that you think the the
Well,
left?
term limits. I think let's be reasonable. Like, are we going to throw it, like...
What kind of term limits?
Okay, you guys are anarchists, like, so the misconception, I don't know if it's a misconception, but y'all just want to get rid of all of it and do y'all's thing and start new with y'all's ideology, whatever that
Well,
be.
I'm an
or
I'm a Malthusian incrementalist, so I'm a different style. But I mean, fundamentally, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's get rid of the parts that don't work and in favor of reconstruction of things that do
So,
work.
I mean, like, one thing I wanted to mention is, like, I want to get some fresh people in there. I want people, like,
I would like to
ages,
explain
like,
something.
you know what I mean? Like, younger people.
I'd like to explain something.
Yeah.
I would be the indigenous section of this whole entire event?
And
You know, the Native Americans.
Yeah. What about them?
Okay, just letting you know.
If you vote, can I ask you? It might be a personal question. You might not want to answer. If you voted for Trump the first time round, who did you vote for in the latest election?
I voted for Trump again.
So why did you vote for him this time round? When you have seen and you admit that part of the issue is how Trump conducted the government over the last term of his presidency. So why did you vote for him to get more of the same?
I like some of the stuff Trump did.
Which is what?
He got rid of the personal mandate. I personally don't take advantage of the Obamacare plan, and that the fact that I don't have to pay taxes for something I'm not getting sounds good to me.
So what about the people who can't afford healthcare?
The people that can't afford healthcare?
Yeah, fuck them, right?
No, not fuck them.
What about the mentally ill who don't have insurance plans in effect?
Would you be in favor of a personal mandate if we did a universal health care that actually brought the cost of overall insurance on an annual basis down to approximately 4% of a budget?
See, like,
keep in mind it stands at 20.
I don't think you have to do that to get to where we both want to be, though.
No, we
have you heard
we
of the
do.
NHS?
Yeah,
Like we all know our healthcare costs a lot here, but
You
why not just
realize
bring the cost down?
You realize, C-Kills, that if you or any of your family member close, like, you know, if you have kids or your mom, your dad, your grandparents, your aunties, whatever, your uncles, if you or none of them that you are responsible for catching an injury or get sick, Lord forbid that doesn't happen, but if that ever happens, you are, by your insurance company, automatically denied, and you will go broke and into poverty.
I mean, we can universal single payer healthcare, other words, Medicare for all, would require every single taxpayer to pay in that are above the poverty line, right? But it would be a marginal tax rate applied to categories of tax brackets. But it would, on average, be approximately 4% versus the average of 20% that some people face. And you would eliminate the administrative costs. And even a study by the Koch brothers, the Koch brothers themselves of libertarian fame, found that you could reduce the cost from $54 trillion for healthcare of this nation over 10 years down to, I believe it was $36 trillion. Over 10 years. It would be a huge savings in aggregate for the entirety of the country, and it would cover more people.
This is what I want to know. I want to know, if you're bringing these costs down, how much are we losing on innovation?
None.
Because the United States...
Nothing.
Absolutely.
You do.
Okay, so like
we have worse healthcare outcomes than 37 of 40 tracked developed nations, and we pay twice as much as the highest leading cost of any of those nations.
Look at
how
where
much
some
of
the
these
recent medical
countries
innovations
are
have come from. It's mainly mainland Europe. Do they have the same health system you do? Hell no, they don't. Are they more productive in research?
Yes.
Fuck yes, they are.
I mean, where do you think our COVID vaccine is coming
from? Who
from?
does the most research?
Where do you think our COVID vaccine is coming
Who
from?
makes the most innovations?
By medical papers, it's Britain.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's with a considerably
That's
gutted
with
NHS.
the socialist health system.
Our COVID vaccine is developed in Mainz, Germany. It was developed by two Turkish
Who holds up Britain? If somebody didn't exist, who would Britain not exist?
Oh, Lord,
It's not
please
the
do not
United
tell me
States.
you're making a World War II argument based on modern healthcare systems.
I'm making we have a huge military that we pay for.
the likes of which no one needs.
Told Donald
So
Trump
because
It means
Britain
that
has
it
a
means that
better
Britain
health
doesn't
research
have to pay
situation.
for a huge military. They can put it all into their science division.
So first,
you know how much
Britain
Britain
still
spend
has
on
a
the
huge military.
private program.
Do you think we don't have a defense budget? Is that it? Like, do you actually think we don't have a defense budget?
Do you
is that what you think is
know
going
how
on?
You have like the 8th highest defense budget or something.
You do
Yeah,
realize.
and how
Yeah,
big
I
is
know
our
you guys got
country?
some military. Yes, I know
And how
about the
big
military.
our country is 2/3
I'm a
the
right
size
winger,
of
of course. I'm
Florida.
gonna know who has what military.
Our
Come on.
country is 2/3 the size of Florida. Think of it that way.
So you guys are telling me that Britain over the past 20, 30 years has been making more medical innovations than the United States?
Yes,
Proven fact,
literally
yes.
yes.
Especially per capita.
Okay, so why aren't we attacking the problem at its core
Because of capitalism.
instead of like trying to enslave people into a system they may not want to be a part of?
Capitalism.
Capitalism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so like I see that we have this Democratic Republican Party that's essentially the same party, and they're playing us for fools.
So join us.
Do we not agree on that?
So yeah, sure.
To some degree.
So join us on the actual left and become an anti-capitalist.
But I don't want to be caught up in a huge socialist system. I want to be free to go live off the land if I want to over here in the corner while you guys do whatever you want to do in that dome.
Seakills, as the guy over here that actually his people have for thousands of years before even first contact have lived off the land. You want to come back over to this side and as much as possible.
That's what we advocate.
Guys, I don't want to be a hive mind, guys.
You do
It's
really.
not a
I don't
hive mind.
We're not a monolith. We are all
I know
different
you. I know. Okay,
denominations
so
of
like,
anarchy.
I'm learning that the anarchy side isn't necessarily the hive minders. That's more like the authoritarian.
Not even them. There are so many different
Republicans.
versions of the left and left-wing ideas.
Okay, so like that's a misnomer about the Republicans too, though. But like, those are the ones that are up there in the far right corner. Like, I'm not that. Like, I'm
Yet
more
you
like a
voted for someone in the top
liberal
right.
righty. Like, I use capitalism
You're a
because
liberal rightist.
I want to be free, but I don't want my rights to go away.
You
Like, so I'm
have
not
no
that
fucking
liberal.
rights.
You have
Any
no
But at
rights.
the
rights
same-
that can be changed in a piece of paper mean you have no rights whatsoever.
They're not. They're temporary privileges at best, my friend.
Oh, okay, we can call them temporary privileges or rights, whatever you want to call them. But like, I don't want that to
It's
go
not-
away.
Okay, Seakills.
I just
it's
want
not
to
a
fix
what
the.
we
I
want
want
to call-
true
Whoa,
capitalism.
one at a time, one at a time. Hey, one at a time. Okay.
What
So,
is true capitalism in your opinion?
Okay, less regulation.
You do realize that.
But I do realize we need some regulation. Yes.
Do you? Okay. So do you want Joe Biden or Jeff Bezos in charge of your life?
I want me in charge of my life.
Okay. So I assure you that a laissez-faire, quote-unquote, true free market style that so many on the right advocate for, the deregulation of the market, would only empower Jeff Bezos.
I'm not trying to hold Jeff Bezos back. But
Why
at the same
not?
time, I don't want him
Why
being
not?
like this tech monopoly overlord of Google, and he knows what all of us are thinking.
Well,
This is a guy who wants a pat on the back because he's giving his, get this, his homeless employees the ability to be housed. Why the fuck does a sentence have homeless and employee next to each other?
That means he doesn't pay them a living
I
wage.
honestly didn't hear what you said, and you have an accent.
I don't. You do. I'm English.
Right.
You both have. Right. He said Jeff Bezos has gotten to the point where he is, quote, giving his homeless employees the ability to be housed. What is wrong with that sentence? Homeless and employee should not be next to one another, should they?
I'm hearing Jeff Bezos has homeless employees. I didn't hear the question, but like that don't sound good. I mean, what do you want me to say?
Well,
I'm not
I
here
mean,
to defend Jeff Bezos.
here's the problem. under the system of capitalism as it stands, without at least a minimum of Nordic-style regulations, very well regulated, what you inevitably end up creating is a system of hierarchical feudalism. It's sorry, that's redundant. You end up creating neo-feudalism. You create a situation in which he who owns the most dictates the rules. You understand how that's hugely problematic?
Okay, so how are they dictating the rules and through what means?
It's called regulatory capture. It's
but like I'm talking about like lobbyists and like putting money into certain politicians, right?
Under our system, yeah, that's how you do it.
Okay, so why don't we just cut that off right there?
Okay. So what's to stop someone like, I don't know, Bill Gates from becoming the #1 private owner of farmland in America and creating a situation in which he controls the land on which we farm our produce?
I'm not seeing the problem. What if I personally owned all the land, all the farmland in the United States? What's wrong with that?
Because then you would have a control over how people eat.
You are the de facto dictator.
Then no one else has choice.
That means, CKEL.
Oh, I love this land analogy.
Well,
also,
your freedom in that analogy or that reality, your freedom is gone. You don't have any.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
thank you for the sub, Rogue.
If there's one guy that owns all the money, right? So you're saying all the land.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way,
okay, so
it's not a hypothetical. Bill Gates already is the #1 private farmland owner in this country.
Oh yeah. What was that, by like last week or something?
Yeah. So
yeah, we heard that.
Nothing wrong with that. What if he just decides that all that land isn't to be used for farming anymore?
Okay, so you're getting back to the regulation.
No, that's not regulation. It's choice.
It's part of the property. He can do what he wants with it.
Under a perfectly deregulated capitalist system that you're advocating for.
Yeah.
Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos or Warren Buffett or Elon Musk. Hey, Rogue Ascension, thank you for the gift bombs.
I'm going to answer this question for you now.
Hang on, I have to do chat maintenance as well. I'm still a streamer on top of everything else. Rogue Ascension, thank you for the gift bombs. Congratulations. Artist, you've got a sub now. Fister, Salvasser Fish, Fisk, Arcane Scorch, and Tam all have subs now. CK, answer.
When we've got a moment as well, I've got a question regarding medical care that would be of interest as well.
What's like? Do you not see the problem with that level of privatization?
Yeah, but so here's my answer. Thanks for the sub. Sorry, everything's kind of like on a delay on my end. So okay. So if you own all the land, like you want to make money off of that land in a capitalist system, you're gonna have the best farm equipment. You're gonna have the people that know how to farm.
Nope.
Bill
There are
Gates
better
is
ways to
going
make money
to
off
land
of land
himself.
than
Who says
farming.
that land's usage
There are better
is-
ways to make money off of land than farming. You can get more money from fracking. So Bill Gates theoretically would actually be better off for his own pocket to yeet all the farmers off his land and go, fuck it, we're going to use this for fracking now. What do you think that would do to the food in the country when there are already people starving? What do you think that would do to the food in the country?
And then look at the expenditure that would incur with importing food products from outside the nation.
One step at a time.
You guys are hitting me with a lot of questions, and I'm having a hard time hearing you all on some. But like, what I was gonna say was that he's gonna make his land the best he can.
Yeah,
and he's gonna sell it for the price that he think he can make, right? And so
Nope,
maybe
he doesn't want to sell it. He wants to hoard it. That's what capitalists do. Rich capitalists hoard shit. They don't sell it on.
He's gonna hoard the corn.
No, he just
He
not
doesn't
produce
care
corn
about
at all.
You're not listening. He doesn't care about corn. He cares about making the most money possible, right? And that is not through farming. If he really wants to line his pockets, the best way he can do that is by kicking all of the farmers off of his land and getting frackers in. That's it. Fracking. That is how he makes the most money. What do you think getting rid of all the farmers and replacing them with frackers will do to A, the water quality, B, the pollution, and C, the food resources for America?
Well, we'd have a lot more natural gas. Maybe we could trade it for some corn from Ukraine.
Oh, Jesus
I don't know.
No.
You'd
it
have
will
no
increase
food.
pollution levels, it will poison water, and it will completely yeet any hopes any of you have of actually eating.
You
And
guys,
not to
you guys
mention
are
you'll
talking
have nothing
about,
to
you guys
feed
are
your
talking about
livestock.
you're talking about zero regulation. I told you, I'm for
There's no such thing as regulation on private property. If you want to change usage from farmland into mineral or gas mining, basically, you can do that.
Okay,
It's
well,
not
there's
about
there's
regulation.
There's
It's
one more
about
tool.
usage.
There's one more tool left in the free market tool bag to answer this question. Then you shame him. You don't.
He doesn't have any fucking morals.
Anybody that does anything with him.
What the fuck do you think that's going to do? He has no moral code.
Do you
Literally,
think the
he has no
people
moral
who
code.
he
Like, he
hangs
doesn't
around
He
with
care.
owns
have a
land that
moral
he can't
code?
do anything with.
So, it's his. Why should he give a fuck?
Why should you?
Because
he
it
has the
directly
right
affects
to
how you
remove-
live.
He has
It
the
ain't gonna
right to
affect how I
remove
live.
food off of people.
It does
It
affect
it
how
affects
you
how
live.
everyone lives.
If he fucks up your farming system, it directly affects how you live.
So do you guys think that he's trying to fuck our farming system up? Is that why you're bringing this up?
No,
God,
we're trying to point out a very clear and present example of how deregulation, privatization, and in the form of neoliberal hypercapitalism, how they destroy societies, how they're authoritarian, how they're coercive, how they're exploitative, and how they need to be yeeted, to use Kez's term.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
premarital
you're
handholder
telling
had a
me-
brilliant point
you're
there.
telling me
Why
there's
didn't
no-
the Jews just shame Hitler away, if that's the case?
Wait, so you're telling me there's no middle ground between like common sense as far as like where we are now and how things are so locked up and
Nordic
how it takes
model.
8 months to get a stimulus check versus
No.
why can't we have bills that are 3 or 4 pages long instead of 500 pages long? And they put stuff in there
because
where they
if I-
back alley our money to go overseas. Like,
Because that's not how
what's with-
legislation works for a start.
Well,
You
and
know how international trade works.
Well, and number two, as far as foreign aid goes, foreign aid makes up a pittance of our budget. But let me tell you the benefit of foreign aid. Foreign aid is what you do instead of blowing someone up. See, here's the thing. It's really simple. You have a problem with country X. And you say, well, we could send the Marines, which is going to cost you treasure and lives. Or we send a diplomat with an attaché with a blank check. And we say, look, we really need you to stop doing Y and Z. But if you do, we notice that you've got a whole road network that's pretty destroyed. How about we help you construct a nationwide road network? Would that be useful to you? And usually you get an answer of, yeah, that would be super useful. All right, but it's conditional. You have to stop doing Y and Z. You stop doing Y and Z, here's the check. The check is almost always less expensive than the Marines. This is the benefit of foreign aid. And it is absolutely nothing compared to our military budget.
Okay, so you're advocating for foreign aid.
Of course.
Gotcha.
Yes.
It's called diplomacy.
Why are we always the ones with the blank checkbook?
Because we
Oh
have
my
the
God.
coffers, the likes of which this world has never seen. Coffers big enough to fund a military the likes of which this world may never see again, quite frankly. A military larger than the next 7 militaries combined by a huge margin.
I might be able to explain this a little bit easier. Right. America, most powerful country in the world. Not just because of finances, but also because of the biggest army, right? The most nukes, okay? So when it comes to small, usually Middle Eastern or South American countries doing things that America don't approve of, usually that's some form of good, like that they're doing, some form of socialism, for example, like they did with Vietnam. They will send a diplomat over and be like, right, we will write you a check for however fucking much to do something that you need, and in return, you will stop giving your people healthcare because it makes us look bad. That's literally it. That's what they do. They use their money and their army to leverage power against smaller countries that they know they can bomb back into the Stone Age. And they have done this. And when those countries have said no to those checks, do you know what happens? America bombs them back into the Stone Age.
Or they give the check to the neighbour who hates that country.
And then they bomb them into the Stone Age.
And you do realise that the United States aren't the only country that give foreign aid.
Yeah. UK does it. Australia does it.
Yeah, I mean, there's different forms of soft power, things of that nature. Yeah, I know. I don't like the bombing, and
Well, how about we talk
so,
about
I mean, I don't
about
mind giving
defunding the
foreign
military?
aid, but why are we not putting those things up for vote? Like we're cramming them into 550 page.
Because you have a
Why
representative
aren't you
government.
putting up for vote the invasion of a country?
Facts.
Hey, I agree, buddy.
Because you have a representative government, not a
That you
direct
vote for.
democracy. So if
Ooh, true. Oh.
if you want to talk solutions, let's start talking anarchism. But until
I'm
you're ready,
I'm just not sold yet, but I will talk some more.
But
I mean,
until
like I
you're
said,
ready
I,
to
Ask my medical
I
question.
like a lot of
Yes.
a lot of your ideas, but I mean,
until you're ready to talk
know.
solutions, you're trapped within a representative a system of governance, and you merely elect your official who has the final say on this sort of thing. And so it behooves you to elect the correct ones.
I mean, guys, it's not the perfect system, but it's just the best one we got.
No, it isn't.
Y'all remember who said that?
It's really not.
It's just not.
Yeah.
The Nordic
I mean,
model has been
do
proven
like
way better.
we are the United States. Like even the people at the bottom, we're doing okay.
No,
Our
No.
homeless people,
No,
our
they
homeless people
fucking
are
are
fat.
not.
We have people.
No.
Our homeless people are
People at
fat.
the whoa, whoa,
I
whoa, whoa.
have
People
driven
at the very
through
bottom don't
Modesto's
have drinking
industrial
water.
estates.
Yeah.
People there who are homeless are not doing fucking good.
No,
It's
like,
not.
there are people
How-
at the
I
very
mean,
bottom
like,
in the
the
US
home-
who
I don't
don't
care
have clean
where
drink.
you
No,
go.
no, 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 no. Hang on.
Go
on,
to
right?
China. Their
No, hang
homeless
on.
are doing half
Shut up about
as
China.
our homeless.
Don't bring up
I'm on
China.
I'm
It's
on
irrelevant.
about America. I was in America. I worked in the US.
It's not the
Right.
best.
If there are people
Hey,
at the
buddy,
very bottom.
my homeless
in the
people
States.
can get healthcare.
There are people in the very bottom in the US who cannot get healthcare. They do not have homes. They do not have access to clean drinking water. They do not have access to food because of food deserts.
Yeah,
All of this
drinking
comes
water
out
isn't a
of the
right in the
structure.
US where
Whoa, whoa,
it
whoa,
is
whoa,
in the
whoa, whoa!
UK.
Let me finish. Let me finish, please.
Kez, breathe.
All of this comes out of a system that you are defending right now. All of this comes out of a hyper-capitalist system that is specifically made to tread on the necks of the poor until we starve. Who see people as products. Who see human beings as nothing more than profit. That is
That
what you are
includes
defending.
you.
Oh no, I'm totally aware that if I'm advocating for the death penalty, it means me too.
But this is the thing, I don't think you are, right? Because looking at a hypothetical is all well and good, but when you're actually faced with it, it's another thing in time. I am a disabled
The
person.
thing is,
I
it's
live
just
in...
that
Whoa, let me finish, please. I'm not done. I am a disabled person that lives in the UK, right? If I lived in the US, I would be homeless, I would be starving, my kids would be homeless and starving, my partner would be homeless and starving. He is also disabled, right? And thankfully, we have such a thing here as social housing. We have benefits programs that mean people like me can survive. In the States, you don't have that. So when someone like me lives in the US, they live on the street in permanent agony without the ability to feed their children. Do you think that's acceptable? Do you think children should go hungry because their parent happens to be disabled? That's not a rhetorical question. That is a genuine question.
I don't want you to starve, no. But I mean, don't we have we have things in place like welfare? We have emergency hospitals. We have churches. We have. I mean, we got. You just keep going down the
Why
list. We
should
got all sorts of
churches
stuff you can go access.
Why should churches
You're telling
have
like
to look
we
after
have
people
the
who don't believe
Obamacare
in God?
insurance.
I don't believe in God. A church is no good to me. An emergency
And you
hospital, I
advocated
can't really get
earlier
around.
for the
That's no
repeal
good.
of Obamacare.
No, I advocated for the appeal of the mandate.
Which directly undermines the ability to fund the program.
It's killing the middle class, guys.
Obamacare wasn't killing the middle class. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but trickle down economics.
What are you talking about, man?
Trickle down economics
What are you
and
talking
end
about,
stage
dude?
capitalism are the death knell for the middle class. They have been.
Yeah, like the middle class is actually technically a myth.
Why can't we have
They're working
competition
class,
throughout
they just
insurance
think that.
companies? Why can't that work?
Because
explain that to me.
Why can't you just ditch insurance companies and give people the healthcare they fucking deserve?
Okay, here's why it doesn't.
Well, if it doesn't give you the healthcare you deserve, then you get a different healthcare.
No.
You get a different one.
No, you're not getting the concept. Why are
Okay,
there
well, explain it.
insurance companies to start with?
Why
That is
I've
the
always
issue.
wondered that myself.
Medical care.
Okay, this is a great time for my medical question.
Yes, shoot.
I think it's because competition creates an environment where.
What
where
if you
things
take
can
away
become
that
better.
competition and people? That doesn't work in
Hang
the
on. It was
Like,
Squid. You've had a question locked and loaded for a while for
Yes,
healthcare.
yes.
I have. So, artist, do you actually understand and know how much medical care costs in the real world?
Not
in the United States.
No, in the real world.
Yeah.
The rest of the world.
Our system's rigged.
Well, I mean, like I said, I came in here and I told y'all there was going to be misconceptions, and
Okay,
obviously
let me
y'all heard
explain it to you.
all the normal ones.
Let me explain it to you. I will be using Australian currency. An
All right.
MRI, the machine itself, costs roughly $789,947, according to LBN Medical. That's how much the machine costs.
It's about 612 hours.
In Australia, for a full body MRI scan, if it's non-critical and you have to pay for it out of pocket, costs about 400 Australian dollars. I have had to pay that to have a full body MRI. In America, it costs for a full body MRI usually between 8 and 10,000 US, which is around 12,971 Australian dollars.
I mean, do you notice the order of magnitude change there?
Do you think American medical costs are reflective of actual medical costs in reality?
Nobody does.
Okay.
Do you think that the inflation of medical costs in the United States has some kind of meaningful impact on the right in America and their perception of why universal health care is unaffordable through tax?
Of course.
Do you think, therefore, that if it was brought in line through regulation like it is in the rest of the world, and the rich were taxed appropriately according to their income, universal healthcare in the US would not only be feasible but good for the United States, and insurance would be able to just be yeeted into the sun?
Oh no, I mean, I totally agree. Yeah, no, but there's just things
Congratulations,
that
you're
were.
a leftist.
the things for me that turn me off, that are the misconnects for me, is that like I
Do you
want to
know how
know
much
that
I
I
pay in
want to know that
tax?
innovation, competition,
It doesn't
all this
matter.
You do
It
realize
doesn't
things are
matter.
going to die in this
Sadly,
system.
you're not
It
in the
doesn't matter. We get our MRIs from all over the world.
And as we already demonstrated, America isn't even the
Okay,
top
so
in medical
what
innovation.
in your
so
system,
that's an
like
irrelevant
say
point.
it installed here in the United States,
Yep.
if an MRI costs $20,000, you said, for the whole full body?
No, it costs $789,947
Oh, no. The
Australia
actual,
for
the scan itself.
and the scan itself costs $400.
Okay, so now if we give the government power of the entire Medicare, and there's like no private insurance, right? That's where we're at. That's where we're at. We moved that far so far.
Yep.
Okay, so why wouldn't the government just raise the price?
Because that's what the regulation is for. And you know how you could fund all this? By taxing one person correctly, and that person is Bezos.
Okay, so
And also,
I
if
get it.
the
So why don't we
government is the
we
one
just
controlling the pricing scheme, why would the government price itself out of Medicare?
Exactly.
Okay, so you're saying why wouldn't the government lower the price?
No,
Yes.
no. I'm saying
Well,
why
sort
would
of.
the government change the price to bankrupt itself?
Yeah. Why would
Okay,
they
so
make
why
themselves pay
why
more
can't
money?
why can't we figure, like, okay, so the price is the problem. It's not necessarily the system.
It's the profit
No, it isn't.
incentive.
It's both. Because
Okay, so what I'm
the
saying
price
is,
is inflated to cost you money to make capitalists more money.
yes. So we got to work on these capitalists. We got to cut the price down.
No,
Why are we throwing out the
No,
whole system?
no,
And you
you
get
need
rid
to
of the
change the
fucking
system
insurance.
first.
Okay.
So all these people that are working at healthcare insurance places, they're going to lose all their jobs, and they're going to go. So if they want to have the same job, they're going to work in the government.
Not necessarily. We have a dual system. We can still get private insurance if we want it.
Yeah, same over here. It's a
Also,
choice.
there's other kinds of insurance. It doesn't have
Okay,
to be
so if you
medical
have
care,
a
as you
government
stated.
system and it's out there and it's working,
Yep.
but okay, so if I personally have a problem that maybe the government isn't covering,
No,
and I have to
Okay,
go
all
to
government covers
all
everything.
problems are covered by the government, but you are put on a waiting list. If you want to
Yeah,
skip
that's
the
the problem.
waiting list and go to somewhere private, go get private insurance.
And keep in
Okay,
mind,
so in
their
the
waiting lists
meantime-
are shorter than our actual appointment times. As somebody with a chronic condition who has seen high-level specialists, I can attest to this. Their waiting
I
lists
could have
are
rang a
shorter.
doctor at 8 o'clock this morning and had an appointment at 1 o'clock this afternoon for free.
I can call my specialist one morning and have an appointment the next week through public health.
I waited 12 months to
I
see our
can-
neuromuscular specialist.
I can ring my psychiatrist, say my meds aren't working, and get a brand new prescription for free, the meds for free as well, within 2 days, off a phone call.
One of these systems is broken. So
And it
multiple
ain't
of
ours
these,
or Australia's.
yeah, multiple of these
okay,
systems work.
let's talk about the specialists and like themselves.
Yep.
Like what is the
bloody well.
incentive? What's the incentive for becoming a specialist?
They get paid bloody well.
Usually it's because, yeah, that
and
and you want to help.
passion.
Whoa, hang on. So it depends on the system you work with, right? If you work in an American system, it is entirely financial. However, if you work in an Australian or a British system, you're more likely to go into that job because you want to help people, because it's a special interest.
And if you're in a government position, especially if you're in a government hospital, for example, you have really, really good benefits.
And also, it doesn't stop you from also practicing privately on the side.
Yeah, my brother-in-law is a private consultant and works in 2 government hospitals.
You'll find often in the UK that the people in private medical care are also working for the NHS.
You'll also
Often
find that
private
just
hospitals-
north, hang on. And you'll also find just north of the United States in Canada, we also have single payer healthcare. And we also have private insurance as well. And dramatically reduces the cost, and we don't have this issue of some insurance company who has an agent that's literally paid to tell you no. Sorry,
And the thing
you don't
is,
meet the criteria when you need that help.
Yeah, Kez, can I
What's
ask you,
wonderful,
did any knowledge about the healthcare in the Irish Republic itself?
It's very similar to the NHS, though it's been gutted a bit further because of austerity.
Right, yeah.
Now, even disabled people have to pay a certain amount, but it's considerably less than it would be pretty much anywhere
It's
else.
like a
you have to pay,
concession fee for the appointment.
Yeah, like you
Right.
have to pay like a tenner for your prescriptions, for example, but
Which
you still
works
get like
out as
doctors
$13
appointments.
for a prescription of any drug.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, our
and
prescriptions
you
are
don't have to pay
subsidized as
for
well. You pay like $8.
You don't
Wait,
pay for doctor's appointments or specialist
Yeah, I mean,
appointments.
I don't like
and
when,
you won't
when
pay
we
for
have
So
to
we
pay
have
$100
five-
for a pill and Canada's getting it for, $10 or whatever.
So we have 5 countries here. We have Canada, Australia, the Republic of Ireland, actually 8 countries if you include all the British Isles. And
What I
then you
wanna do,
have
though-
the US on top of that, and one of them seems to be a bit misaligned with the others.
And they seem to be the one that's broken.
And we have worse healthcare outcomes. This isn't up for debate. This is domestic and international studies agree on this one. We have worse healthcare outcomes, and we pay nearly twice as much.
Oh, I know. I mean, I know all this stuff, but like, what I want to do is propose something, and that is the cost of innovation. Like, as far as our research goes, I want to be like, they don't share. Every country's kind of doing their own thing. I don't know why everybody isn't like.
No, you'd be surprised how
pooling all
much
their
medical
money like that.
institutes within Cambridge and Oxford share their research with America and Europe because it actually progresses it further.
Yeah.
Like
No,
Kai
that's
said,
what I wanted to do, but I
vaccines
want to.
developed-
They already
up
do
even
that.
More.
That's
But
what
it
Britain
seems
already
like
does.
like the standard Americans fit in the bill for all that.
Hey,
Am I
hey,
wrong?
artist.
No, you're very wrong.
How common is IVF in the United States? How common is IVF in the United States?
That's in vitro
The-
fertilization.
Do what?
That's in vitro fertilization. I'm finding I nobody would know that off the top of their heads, quite frankly, but
But like, it's a common thing, right?
it's relatively common. I'm trying to find it per capita, but
It's fairly done.
it's estimated that 10 to 15% of couples will have infertility issues, but it looks like rates of IVF are at maybe I'm seeing a variety of numbers here, but 1.8% maybe.
Okay, that's fairly common, and in the US, you've got a huge population. Oh wait, IVF was developed at Monash University in Melbourne.
It's
How many heart transplants or bypasses are done in the US?
So many.
Because that was developed in Newcastle, in England.
And since heart disease is the
My
number one killer in
granddad
America,
survived the 3rd heart bypass.
Okay, like
it's already happening.
You're
We're already
welcome.
doing that. Like the academic
like-
institutions of the world already do share knowledge and information. It's the private pharmaceutical companies and the private institutions in this country that play the intellectual property game.
yeah, that's what I want to get rid of. That right there.
Well, we're the offender. It's not Germany who's the offender. It's not UK who's the offender. It's not Australia who's
know.
the offender. It's us.
I mean, like, y'all are coming at me like at the angle that like I'm like default disagreeing with y'all. And I'm agreeing with y'all.
Well,
No, we're just giving you options that other countries
yeah,
are doing
our
better.
healthcare system is fundamentally broken, and you can fix it by implementing a single-payer universal healthcare system that, yes, will eliminate a large portion of the for-profit private insurance companies, as it should. They are parasites on our system. 28% of all pharmacological development in this country is already taxpayer funded, but that 28% that we fund is 100% privatized. So you're already paying corporations to develop stuff that they're then going to charge you inordinate amounts for. By the way,
we're paying twice for it.
By
Yes,
the way, we have per a Harvard study of 2019, we have 45,000 people that die every 6 months in this country because of inability to access healthcare. Forget any of the other negative outcomes. We're losing approximately 90,000 a year because they can't get access to healthcare in this system. It's broken, and we can fix it, but the reason we can't fix it is because of capitalism. It's because of unregulated, unchecked capitalism. And adding competition to this market, adding more insurance companies, will not work because of the very basic nature of corporations, of companies, of capitalistic entities. It is very simple. If you have a region where you have, say, 5 insurance companies that are competing, if one of them gets an edge anywhere along the way, what they will do is seek to purchase one of the other entities, thus aggregating their share. Then what they're going to do is leverage that into a regional monopoly. Once they do that, they're going to seek to undermine, accumulate the other ones. You can see evidence of this in the massive healthcare monopolies that we already have in this country. We've been through this process. May I ask, how old are you?
38.
38. Oh, okay. Then in your lifetime, you should have been witness to a large amount of this. Okay, Kez, take care of yourself. Come to Germany, free depression for everyone.
Feel better, Kez.
We've already been through this. Like, you're the same age as I am, right? Like, in our lifetime, there has been an increasing monopolization, not only in healthcare, but in banking, in insurance companies, in pharmaceutical companies, in technology companies. This is the natural order of unregulated capitalism. It coagulates. This is what happens when you let companies do whatever the fuck they want. We either have to strap these fuckers to the floor with regulation, or we have to have a conversation about fundamental changes within the system.
If they're strapped to the floor with regulation, then they can't do anything.
Except
there's no reason to.
They do all the time. Other countries in the globe are perfect. Remember, we just had numerous examples of countries that highly regulate these industries. And we don't even have some of the most regulatory, there's countries that highly regulate these industries, and they're just as innovative. Innovation is not automatically tied to capitalism. You understand the fundamental technologies of the internet are all open source technologies, right? Like, all of the stuff that actually runs the internet as we know it is actually open source technologies, meaning they are done without profit incentive. There's no profit motive behind those technologies. They're free to be used for by anyone for any means and remixed as they see fit.
You're the tech guy. I'm the worker bee.
That's the truth. Apache licensing, GNU licensing, BSD licensing, and MIT licensing all are open source and Creative Commons, shout out, are all forms of open source licensing, which is basically communism for all intents and purposes. It's literally creating a product with no profit attached to it, giving it to the world just to be given, and you are free to do anything you want with it. And that is the foundation of the modern internet. And it has created and innovated the technologies and companies and methodologies of interacting, the likes of which we've never seen prior to this.
And generally, the stipulation on those open source licenses, and the majority of people will then go on to actually better that system. And not because of monetary gain, because they have an interest and a love for it.
It's not capitalism that drives innovation. It's humanity. It's us.
See, I knew we could make some headway. It's these old people in charge, man.
See, I think you will find.
I'm not a QAnon.
Well,
or
no,
whatever
I
wanna
think you
call
will
that.
find home. I think you will eventually find your home amongst leftists. I really do.
I don't know. I'm texting, guys. It's gonna be real hard.
Sadly, you're saying it's the old people. It really doesn't come down to age. There are fuckers everywhere of every age.
It's time to have these talks, right? It's time to have these talks. Like, so, okay, so we, like, healthcare, and, like, I kind of went into a couple of them that, like, I haven't used any healthcare. I'm healthy and I'm young. So, like, I haven't really had to experience it myself. So, I don't really know too much all about it. But I know I don't like to put money into something I'm not getting anything back from.
Why are you allowing greed to dictate your humanity?
And what happens when you're 60 and have a heart attack?
I've already come to terms with what happens with that.
Hold on. You're 39, right?
38, yeah.
38. Okay. So
Forgive
by
me,
the
sir.
time you're 40, between 40 and 45, depending upon your eating habits, which may or may not be good or may or not be bad either.
He's Texan.
He's Texan. So by that time, between 40 or 45, you are going to most likely end up with some medical condition happening to you.
It just
that is going to leave you in the poorhouse, paying in so much debt that you are going to become homeless.
or just have,
rather than actually.
or end up as the #1 cause of bankruptcies in our nation, which is medical bankruptcies. But forgive me, Rogue Ascension, thank you so much for another 5 gift subs. Star 710 Critical Cut, Aswak Queen, Toonces the Driving Cat, and Marlene Zora. You guys all have subs to the channel now, thanks to Rogue Ascension. Rogue, thank you so much. Them Texas. You have people in chat telling you to turn Texas blue, by the way.
Awesome. We'll see. I mean, I talk politics to a lot of people. It's like one of my favorite things to talk about.
I do want to compliment you. You did take a bit of a beating there. And I wanted, like, you definitely showed that Texan toughness that y'all are famous for. Are you a native? Are you a native son?
Most definitely.
All right. So I do want to compliment you. Did take a bit of a beating there, and fucking A Rogue.
Hey guys, it's worth coming. It's worth it's worth it.
Rogue, thank you so much again.
Hopefully I raised some of the misconceptions you guys might have about us righty.
You just admitted that you're a righty, not a centrist. Stop trying to use that cover.
Righty, centrist, I don't know.
I think I sincerely think you'll find home in the left.
I'm not an authoritarian. I know that for sure.
No, you most assuredly aren't. You're on the authoritarian libertarian axis. You're down towards the bottom. But we're just trying to drag you over to the societal side rather than the individualist side. And I think the older that you get, and I try not to make these sort of predictions, but I think the older that you get, because you've had probably a favorable life thus far, you're still young, you've still got your health. Am I wrong in presuming that you're a white, cis, hetero male as well?
I'm Puerto Rican, cis, hetero, yeah.
Oh, okay, Puerto Rico. Whereabouts are your family from in Puerto Rico? It's one of my favorite places to go.
I don't even know. My family immigrated to New York and Pennsylvania, and then my dad served in the Air Force in Vietnam, so we're stationed in Texas. Here we are.
Have you been back to Puerto Rico?
I wasn't born there. I was born in Texas.
Oh, so have you ever been?
I've actually never been. I'm the only one that hasn't been able to go.
Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of sad.
It's a beautiful place. You need to go. Yeah, it's one of my favorite places to go. So yeah, I would gladly meet up with you there in the future and fucking show you around your family's island.
My own island. My own island, man. God.
That's a fucking treat. I presume you're a native son of Texas. What's your barbecue style?
What do you mean barbecue style, man?
Well, I mean, there's different influences. I'm presuming your standard Texas, salt and pepper, low and slow over like mesquite.
You got it.
Yep.
That's what I do. I cook.
Rock on.
That's what I do, but I don't even like it. I hate it.
Oh, I've cooked every meal for myself for many years now, and I adore barbecue. I've eaten it all over this country.
That'd be a French Puerto Rican, camaradia.
Interesting. Comrade Adia.
Comrade Adia.
Are we all for PR becoming an official state? Rogue, I am in favor of whatever the people of Puerto Rico decide for themselves. There is very mixed feelings. The last time I was there, I made a conscious effort to ask everyone that I was speaking to, no matter how uncomfortable that conversation was going to be, as to what their feelings on Puerto Rican statehood was. And it seems to be a generational thing. That was the most common delineator that I found for whether you were going to be for it or against it. The older people seemed to be against it. The younger ones seemed to be for it, but there was some crossover, assuredly. And Addie is saying French Puerto Rican as well. Yeah, I mean,
really? I'd like to meet her. Maybe she'll convince me.
Tam, yeah, I know. Yeah, the most recent one though is showing that they're leaning towards statehood. But yeah, that's. Do you know what part of the island your family comes from?
All of it.
Oh, all right.
We conquered it. My family conquered it.
Oh yeah, so you've got that colonialist shit going on.
I can't erase my history, but I didn't have anything to do with it. I've never been there.
I know. It's just, it mixes stuff up. It's more difficult to tell. But yeah, I'd be.
Y'all know so much about me.
I'm an open book on my channel anyway. Yeah, it gets literally gets the worst of both worlds. Statehood, free association, and independence would be better than current status of the island. And the fucking Jones Act screws them 9 ways to Sunday. It's absolutely ridiculous dealing with the Jones Act in Puerto Rico. But that's neither here nor there. Artist, thanks for hanging out. Is there anything that you'd like to ask me? Thank you for the follow, Chaser. Thank you for the bottom. I'm Bob Otto.
These are one of those times when, as soon as I get off, I'm gonna have a ton of questions. But
that's okay.
Maybe you'll have me back on again, and I'll be more prepared mentally.
It's okay. Sure.
Beat down I just received.
It is, and like I said, to your credit, you fucking weathered that. Like, Texas would be proud of you.
It's no hard feelings from my end, man.
And one of the important things is you actually had the conversation.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't even attempt to have a conversation about these things.
Yeah, no. It's pretty sad. We don't seem to be able to talk to each other, and that's why I feel like we I think it's our age. It's 30 to 48. It's 40 years old. I think it's our time. We got to step up to the plate, and I see that you're doing it on your end, so.
Yep.
That's why I come in here.
Chat is giving you kudos as well. And I mean, like I said, I can't say enough about you for sticking that one out. I'm on 5 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific, and Tuesday, Thursdays, 11:30 p.m. Pacific. So stop by anytime.
Artist already got a sub, didn't he?
Yes. Artist.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, Artist got a sub already from Rogue.
Coolies.
Thanks,
Also,
guys.
Kai Fertus is in waiting room.
Okay. If you want to hang out, Artist, you are welcome to it. But this is going to be like leftist spaced like sort of shit. For sure.
Gay space.
Folks. As long as we get to talk about aliens and clones, I let it stick around.
We are decidedly not a speculative thinking channel, as I like to call conspiracy theories, because it muddies the water too much, unfortunately. But holy shit, I will put the link in chat. My buddy Obscure Curio, which I describe as my dive bar. The link is in chat right now. We talk about aliens and that sort of shit all the time over on his channel.
Yes, come hang out at Curios.
Yes. Not a political space. We touch on politics occasionally when we're over there, but it is by and large, it's very vaudevillian. Like spoken word, jokes, just fun times. Fun times. Like I said, it's like a dive bar.
Can I say one more thing, though?
Yeah, shoot.
Okay, like, I'm just happy that because like where I'm at, nobody talks about these things. And like, whatever y'all think about me, like I feel alone. Like as far as like,
that's never
how
good.
much I know, and then so I'm now in here watching all these streams and seeing what everybody else knows. It's like,
you're in rural
with some
Texas,
people that have
aren't you?
brains.
You're in rural Texas, aren't you?
Oh man, it's bad where I'm at.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a
I'm on the beach though, so that helps.
Gulf Coast?
I'm on the beach, yeah. I'm on the beach in Texas, so I'm good.
Nice. Yeah, Texas has some nice beaches, especially in the Gulf Coast area, when they're not covered in oil.
We were hoping that you'd be deep in the heart of Texas.
Thank the tech heads for the internet, hey?
Exactly. Can we discuss the anime cat girls that are in charge of big tech, says Primero? It is, this is, I will put if you're still looking at chat, Artist, I'm going to put the channel praxis in. We may have been a little harder on you than I typically like to go. Cause
yeah, sorry, Kai.
It was tough because I couldn't really hear very well.
But we do actually, I do like, cause sorry, Kai, there's Kez. It's okay, Kez. I get it. But you know, y'all know me by now. I like to maintain an even keel as best I can. And because, you know, that's where I think the most productive conversation happens. But we got back there. No worries. But yeah, I do like to run a big tent. You know, it is interesting. Like I almost prescribe to you that maybe embrace some of those right-wing, like just say you're on the right rather than centrist, because centrists tend to annoy leftists more than right-wingers. You'll get a better reception.
Yes, I've seen that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get that. I don't know why.
There isn't anything worse than a both-sider.
Yeah, a fence sitter. Make a decision.
The cult of, moderation.
Well, when I say I'm centrist, I mean, like, I see what everybody's saying, and I'm just, like, trying to figure out why can't we come together?
I think you're looking at the political spectrum that America provides with kind of the two-party system, and you feel in the middle of it, whereas realistically, that isn't a centrist point, not from a political stance.
If you are,
I'd agree with that.
If you're in an international space, or if you're in a space like such as this, that is, like a political science level sort of space, we have a dare I say, we have a properly adjusted Overton window. So our spectrum is actually appropriate according to the spectrum as near as it should be, or as we can say it can be. So the left is actually the left, the right is actually the right, And so there's a lot of disingenuous commenting that happens by those that claim centrist positions. And then there's also the feelings of people who, you know, like choose a fucking side. Like there's literal fascists running around on that side. Like, you know, like, do you want to court their, you know, their vote, their company, that sort of thing. So there's definitely some very strong feelings within leftist spaces about those who would lay claim to the centrist ideology. And also, I mean, I'm prone to saying about centrists that, you know, you've got one group saying, hey, let's kill all the darkies. You've got another group saying, let's not kill the darkies. And then you've got a bunch in the middle saying, hey, folks, can't we compromise and just kill some? Like it's this untenuous position when you start talking about some of these brass tacks ideologies that Kez was very emphatically, you know, invested in, because there are people on the right who do mean to do people who find home on the left actual harm, like real physical harm. The trans community, just marginalized communities in general, people of color, indigenous, trans, you know, leftist. I mean, we have faced a lot of actual harm as you know, marginalized communities by people within that space. And so there are some very strong feelings. And so, you know, when somebody tries to ride that fence, people get pretty heated pretty fast.
Okay, like, can I respond to all that?
By all means.
Okay, so like, when I say centrist, I mean like economically, but like when I mean culturally, I'm more libertarian, right? And then as far as like all the righties wanting to kill all the people or whatever, and the fascist groups, I've lived in rural Texas my entire life, all over Texas. I've never met any of these people. And like, I'm the same color as you, and I've never been approached to become a part of any of these groups. And when I hang around my white friends, we don't talk about killing any black people or anything. I'm not saying it's not there.
That is
especially in the criminal justice system.
That's a credit to you and your ability to create a friend group. Yeah, that's to your credit.
What? A threat friends what?
A friend group. That's a credit to you. That you're not hanging out with blatant racists.
Yeah, I'm not going to hang out with racists. I'm not going to hang out with druggies. I mean...
Well, let's not take a step too far.
The right thing to do. I mean, you know what I mean. Like,
wait there, hang on.
Yeah, there you go. You just lost the entire room, man. You just lost the entire room.
Well, we all smoke weed. I'm literally smoking weed right now.
So then you can't say you don't want to hang out with druggies because you are a druggie.
No, weed isn't a drug, man. Come on.
What is it then?
It's my medicine, bro. It's my Medicare plan.
Yes.
It's my Medicare plan, dude.
Though I disagree with much of who he is, Bill Maher once wisely said, "We all have our medicine." Yeah.
Hey, like, I'm not saying these people don't exist, but they don't exist in anywhere I've been. And then as far as like trans and stuff, like where I'm from, like nobody cares. I don't care. Like, if you want to be this or you want to be that, like, why do you think that I care? Like, I don't. Like, if you want to do whatever you want to do,
you still voted
I'm like totally for it.
Twice.
Do what?
You still voted for a fascist twice, so there's something there.
He still voted for someone that actively oppressed those groups.
Yeah. 2,4-dimethioxybromophenolethylamine. Holy shit. Kodo.
What happened?
Do you know how rare it is for somebody to bust out 2CB, Kodo? Holy shit. Alexander Shulgin's book, Phenethylamines I've Known and Loved, changed my life, Kodo. The fact that you just dropped a full pharmacological reference to 2CB, which is, for those of you who have never seen this drug, It is essentially acid and ecstasy mixed into one entity, and it is a marvel of pharmacology. Kodo, Shulgin's drugs defined my early 20s, bro. Glad you experienced it. Oh, man. Just the fact that you dropped that reference. Oh, and Rogue fucking dropping 10 gift bombs again. Rogue with the fucking poggers tonight. Congratulations, Viva La Lady, the Norwegian 76, Tuckahoe Dave, unique name goes here. I love that. Low Observable Goat. Asghoul 666, Champagne Socialist, Shot Rob, Ravana, and Radical Maniac all have subs to the channel now. And again, thanks to Rogue Ascension, who's fucking dropping them left and right tonight. Squid, somebody's coming for you.
Yeah, I don't think I can be the #1 gifter anymore, for sure.
You can try.
Not tonight, I can't.
I know. It's just funny. Jesus Christ. 2CB is as common as shit in the Netherlands. Kai, you should come and visit someday. Holy, that y'all really are working on another level over there. That's all I have to say. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 2. Yes, I can say this. I had to have it imported back in the day. I had to do a year count really quickly. Is the statute of limitations up on that one? It's been sufficient years. Yeah, dude, it's so fucking cool to see somebody drop a reference to that. That is the best drug. It just is. So yeah, sorry, but you know, that sort of thing gets me excited from time to time. It's rare you see somebody drop a full-length pharmacological reference like that.
That's something we can talk about.
Look at you fucking druggie.
I mean, drug legalization. Y'all gonna have to convince me on that one.
I am from Texas. Nope, this is mine, damn it. Back the fuck off. This is mine. All right. This is real simple. Okay. This is a personal property issue. Do you own your own body?
Yes. I'm going to take your bait. Yes.
Then why the fuck should the government be able to tell you what you can do with it?
Because your actions can hurt other people's lives.
That's why we have intoxic.
Same reason why we're wearing a mask everywhere we go.
Well, that's why we have laws against that. If you are under the influence, DUI laws are across the board. They aren't just for alcohol. If you're under the influence and you drive into somebody, you're fucked. If you assault somebody under the influence of something, you're catching a battery charge. If you break into a place under the influence, you're getting a B&E charge. And potentially a DWI charge or under the influence charge as well. We have laws and regulations against that. You sitting in your private domicile, consuming a compound in which you harm no one. Why should the government have anything to say about that?
Okay. So if I'm wanting a certain drug and I don't have any money, I'm gonna commit a crime. So crime goes up more in a certain area, say like a town of 5,000 people, maybe there's 2 crimes a day, and then all of a sudden drugs are legal, there's 12 crimes a day.
Except no statistics prove that out. And multiple countries have played around with this regulation, these legalization standards. And in fact, it decreases because you can route people to social services when they are in need of them. If you are so desperate that you would steal for, say, your heroin fix, in societies that treat it as a medical condition rather than a criminal condition, they actually see rates of crime go down, preventable health comorbidities go down, and rates of jailing go down as a result.
Drug use actually goes down as well.
That is true.
Yeah, we've had some really good results from our state waiting room stuff.
Are we open to taking a safe approach into this, say doing marijuana first and then
We've already done
doing one or two.
Colorado has
Okay,
already
we
proven
don't have
this
it
out.
over the whole country.
We don't
Right.
need one of our states is the size of most countries.
Okay, so we don't have it federally, right? But we just have it certain states, right?
And it's to the point where Oregon took it that next step.
Yeah, they
They
decriminalize heroin and
small amounts of hard drugs are now decriminalized in the state of Oregon. Colorado saw rates of high school usage of cannabis actually decrease under recreational legalization. They saw a decrease of they saw their jail system get fucking unclogged from that bullshit. They saw an increase in revenue from it that they funneled into education. And as I said, they saw kids using less of it across the board. So yeah, and Oregon took that next step. They're decriminalizing hard drugs in small amounts.
Well, we'll see what Oregon does. We'll give them 10, 15, 20 years.
Oh, Jesus.
Let's see some statistics, and then maybe we can start doing it down here in Texas. I don't. And if you want to do the hard drugs, I suggest moving to Oregon. What's wrong with that?
If you want to have a look at some statistics towards drug legalization, please go look at Portugal's program.
They are the best.
It is phenomenal.
Aren't open borders a marvel?
Thought experiment. If it's so bad to do some kind of drug in your home where you can't hurt anyone, that it must be illegal in case you go out and drive and hurt someone, why should that be illegalized when you can do things like smoke cigarettes that actively do harm while you walk down the street smoking, or drink alcohol when people can just as easily get behind the wheel and that's perfectly legal? Shouldn't they be illegalized for the same reason?
What I'm trying to tell you guys is like the new right, the people my age that are right, that are paying attention to this, we're not where you think we are.
No, but it's the same
I
issue.
am here because I want it. I want the same thing.
So what we're telling you is, hey, thank you for the follow, unique name, and thank you for the follow, you possess skunk. What we're telling you is when you're amongst these people, because you're our conduit to them now. You're now, I mean, I hope to see you back. I hope to see you back on the regular. I hope we have future conversations. You're our conduit to those people in this regard now. And so we're trying to give you these tools, these rhetorical devices to utilize so you can help convince them. So we can convince you and then you can convince them that legalization actually is the way to go, because alcohol is just as damaging. Alcohol kills people. Alcohol kills secondary people. Alcohol kills tertiary people, and yet it's a legalized compound. So what is
alcohol causes Alzheimer's?
I mean, like, I'm a liberal in this way. Like, I agree with you about the cigarette analogy, right? Like, I don't care what you want to do, but if what you want to do could hurt somebody else.
Well, then why are you allowed to drink?
I don't drink personally, so
why is
that's what I'm saying. Like,
But you're saying
this
that
is my
we
own
would need to
choices.
convince you on heroin being legal.
So, but should we criminalize alcohol consumption?
It's been
Should we criminalize alcohol? No, like you said, if you want to go drink, but if you you don't minority report it, obviously you do what we have now. Like you already covered that.
Yeah,
If
that's
you
what we're
go out-
advocating for everything else then. It's that simple. Just treat everything else the same way we treat alcohol. You're an adult. You own your own body. You're free to do what you want with it. And if you fuck up and hurt somebody else, well, congratulations, you're in trouble.
It's exactly the same.
No, I mean, like, I get that, but I mean, like, do I want all these different kinds of drugs like readily available for everybody? Like, because kids are gonna get this stuff.
No.
No, they're not.
It universally shows. I mean, we have international and localized studies here in this country that show when you do decriminalize and / legalize that youth rates actually decrease. There's this weird psychological phenomenon that occurs that the criminalization of these compounds and the way society speaks about them, how they're these forbidden taboos, is actually an attractant to a developing mind rather than a deterrent. And
Makes them cool.
so when you eliminate that factor, there's actually a statistically valid decrease in the amount of youth that actually consume them.
Yeah, it's less sexy when your granddad can be a crackhead legally.
I mean, I would just still have to advocate for common sense, like doing it, you know, in a certain pace, not just all at once. Are you suggesting we do it all at once?
I would, just because we need to unfuck our so-called criminal justice system. The war on drugs has done more to fuck up the prison industrial or create the prison industrial complex than probably any one singular event in the last 70 years.
And can you imagine how much strain it would relieve on the criminal justice system and prison system if people who have been fucked right and royally by the system and being convicted for multiple years over $50 worth of weed are given their lives back? You can't make retribution for it, but you can give someone the chance of their future.
So why doesn't Joe Biden just
Because Joe Biden is a conservative.
He's not a leftist.
He's not.
Then why did we put that guy in there?
Because
at least
the
we
other
could've gone
guy
on Twitter and got to Trump and told him what to do.
Because
right?
the other guy.
I mean, come on.
We wanted Bernie.
Yeah, we wanted Bernie.
Okay, so you guys are Bernie? Is that where you were at?
I mean,
well, we're not anyone.
Bernie is my compromise position.
Okay, I got it.
Right, like this is my compromise position. Joe Biden.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I suppose.
Joe Biden.
You would pick.
Is the he's 5% less in a shit sandwich sort of position. We have got 100% shit sandwich versus a 95% shit sandwich. Well, fuck it, it's 5%, I guess, but he's still 95% shit.
Okay, so how much shit sandwich is say Gary Johnson? Not the guy himself, but his position.
He would lead directly to like reopening company stores and having like company towns if he had his way.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Yeah.
That's
I was like, I don't know who that is.
I'm not
but-
sure.
Okay.
I don't think I know what that is, honestly. So I feel like I think I'm like right where he's at, but I don't know for sure.
It's where the mine could own the town and run the store for the town and the rentals for the town.
Up.
That's where American neolibertarianism ends up, is in neo-feudalism.
Yeah, so the wage you earn, you pay back to your boss in rent and back to your boss in electric bills and back to your boss in food bills. So the money doesn't go anywhere and you are literally working for nothing.
So are you closer to Gandhi then? Would you say? Like his position?
No.
Revolutionary type?
No.
No?
He really wasn't. No.
No. Gandhi, and interestingly enough, do I have... it's in Radicals. It's in Rules for Radicals. Gandhi wasn't peaceful because he was altruistic, because he was some Buddha-like figure. He was peaceful because he openly admitted that the British Empire had defanged and demilitarized the Indian subcontinent. And he talked about how if they had had the means to conduct an armed revolution, they would have.
Gandhi was a straight-up nationalist.
Yes. Yeah, he was not some Buddha-like figure.
He was not a pacifist by choice.
Yeah. Yeah. Gandhi, he even had a quote about using a grenade or something like that. Like if a grenade was in reach, I would have reached for it. Something along those lines. Yeah, he, and interestingly enough, the government that Gandhi helped form, I believe it was 8 months after they formed the government, they made peaceful protesting illegal. Yeah. The means by which they overthrew the government, they immediately knew could be used to overthrow them, so they illegalized it. Yeah.
It's one of those things. Gandhi was as much a pacifist as Mother Teresa was merciful.
Yep.
That vile piece of shit. That fucking stain on humanity. What a cunt.
I will. You know what? Where was it? Oh, I closed it. Art. I'm artist. I'm going to send you another Discord link. In your whispers for Twitch. What I want you to do is leave the Proudly Radical server when we're said and done here, and then use that link to rejoin, please. Because the link that you currently have right now is a temporary link that we give to people we may end up debating into the ground or something like that. And you know, I want you to have a permanent link. I want you to be part of the community. I'm
gonna be like the resident pet. Sweet.
Oh, I'm
gonna pull y'all to the right side.
Good luck with that.
Y'all ain't gonna see it happening.
I've got a centralist authoritarian in our ranks as well. It's a pretty broad tent that I run, but yeah, I just wanted you to have that.
I'm gonna pull all y'all over.
If you want some interesting reading, dude, search for a guy called Louis Dela. Is it Scluse?
The which one?
Is it Louis Delescluze from the Paris Commune? Kai, is that how you pronounce his name?
No, Deschenez. Hold on. No.
Just when I come back around into the Discord, I'll be able to see whatever y'all have in there, and I'll be able to go through it.
I shall put the spelling in chat.
Thank you. You gonna drop it in commons or shared?
I'll drop it in. I'll stick it in shared.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Well, I mean, there's the server is. There are areas that eventually you shall see. Oh yeah. For Toos, you want to give us a pronunciation on that, please?
Delecluse.
Delecluse.
Yeah. Fucking. I actually tapped. I tapped for Toos for a pronunciation the other day too. Like I was like, hey, what the? How do I fucking say this name? Like
I was in that chat.
Yeah. Like Jesus Christ, y'all Frenchies. Can't you just speak English like the rest of us?
Well, I do.
But only the words we stole off you.
Belgian monkey. # don't be risque.
Yeah.
God.
It's I
officially deep lore.
English is 3 languages in a trench coat masquerading as one. 100%.
It's those 3 kids in a trench coat, and each of them has a stick. And it jumps out at you from the shadows and takes whatever good grammar you have.
Premarital. Bro, imagine not speaking England. Cringe. Okay, so we have entered that time of the evening. Oh, geez, Hassan and Left Flank are both live. Does anybody have a streamer that they like that is in single digits of viewership? Not that they just came live and they're in single digits, but like they are a single digit streamer. Praxis, we like to show the love to people who may not be able to pull an audience for whatever reason. Does anybody have that they like that is in single digits right now? That's up to you, Joe. Get your ass in gear if it is, but there's a Australian trans woman who does music and writing. Let me check them out.
Literally the only single digit stream I have at the moment is a 24-hour stream of a chicken farm. But not gonna lie, it's pretty boring.
I was going to say, please say that's free range and not farmed chickens.
Yeah, it's
because
free
that'd
range.
be-
It's
that'd
free
be
range.
That's some fucking Clockwork Orange shit if you sat watching that.
No, a member of my community really loves chickens. And so, but they're at a really weird time compared to me. And so whenever they make it to the end of stream, we raid out to the chicken farm because you can donate bits to give the chickens treats.
Oh my god, that is amazing.
It is amazing, but it's a really boring as fuck stream to watch. So I'm not going to suggest it, but it's really cute.
I might do a tarantula cam.
Oh my god, do a tarantula cam.
Okay, so T Governor, which I love the name by the way, has more viewers presently than Storygirl does. Storygirl is doing music theory for beginners lesson 2. Gemma is an Australian disabled unemployed trans woman with ADHD who writes, plays games, creates music, and hosts TTRPG, tabletop RPG, content on this channel. I stream from Kurna, traditional lands which were never ceded to white settlers, and pay respect to the indigenous elders, past, present, and emerging. Wyatt.
That's a country.
Thank you for the resub. Congrats on the 3 months. Can we have a link to the chickens? People want a link to the chickens.
It's Rooville.
ROOVILE. VILLE.
Yeah.
All right. Shout out to Rooville. I'm checking it out. Holy shit. Okay. So we are gonna raid over to Storygirl. We're gonna everybody. What's her count at? 486. We can easily get her to 500. Let's all raid over to Storygirl, and everybody follow Storygirl. Let's make somebody's night. Or that just went away because reasons. First off, I want to thank the man of the hour, Artist, our resident Texan. The soldier, the trooper, the gladiator that he is. Thanks for hanging out, my man.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. It's been pretty tough. Yeah, I gotta admit.
I'm
Definitely
sorry.
worth it, though.
Tell you what, next time, come on the air, and it can just be you and I, and we can have a conversation. How about that?
It's kind of tough, yeah. Yeah, that sounds great. I'm gonna convey my message to the other side, and we're gonna echo chamber it, right? And then I'm gonna bring it back over here, and I'm gonna bounce it off for you guys.
Rock on. You're welcome to try. Sue, Fertus, Moomin, and Squid, and Kez, of course, who was on the air prior. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Thanks for having us.
A pleasure as always.
All right, let's get this raid started. For the rest of you who may be new, kaisthings.com, KAIS things.com is where you can catch all of my VOD replays, old podcast episodes, essays, photography, tabletop episodes, whatever the fuck I may be doing. You can catch all my shit there. I hear roosters. Everyone, take care of yourselves. Let's raid out. I hope you're as well as you can be. Till next time. All right. We